ضيوفنا الكرام، نأمل منكم التوجه إلى مقاعدكم بالجلوس تكرما استعدادا لبداية الحفل. ضيوفنا الكرام، نأمل منكم التوجه إلى مقاعدكم بالجلوس تكرما استعدادا لبداية الحفل.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the Saudi national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to commence our ceremony with a recitation from the Holy Quran by Engineer Muhammad ibn Talib.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. وهو الذي سخر البحر لتأكلوا منه لحما طريا وتستخرجوا منه حلية تلبسونها وترى الفلك مواخر فيه ولتبتغوا من فضله ولعلكم تشكرون.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, maritime pioneers and ocean enthusiasts from around the globe, welcome to Jeddah and welcome to the Maritime Party of the Year, Sustainable Maritime Industry Conference 2023.
Well, good morning. Very, very good morning, everyone. We're absolutely thrilled to have you to join us in this epic gathering and making waves for sustainability in the maritime world. And guess what? Today we're not just diving into the ocean of information. We're actually setting sail on a voyage through Saudi Arabia's maritime history, reaching our current global stardom. Saudi Arabia's maritime journey is like a thrilling adventure you wouldn't want to miss.
And did you know that our nation actually ranks first regionally and 20th globally in maritime importance? Talk about making waves.
The strategic location of the Red Sea, making safety as the priority, and making achievements in many areas of the marine industry.
And today we celebrate our maritime history and a sustainable future.
To kick off this event, let's give a warm welcome to His Excellency Dr. Rumeh, and get ready for some enlightening discussions at the SMIC 2023.
We'd like to commence.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أسعد الله صباحكم جميعا بكل خير. أصحاب المعالي، أصحاب السعادة، الضيوف الكرام، استأذنكم بالكلمة باللغة الإنجليزية. Your Excellencies, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is with immense pleasure that I stand before you at the opening of SMIC 2023 in Jeddah. On behalf of Saudi Arabia, I extend a warm welcome to each of you esteemed representatives of the maritime sector, experts and innovators from around the world. Together with the International Maritime Organization, the IMO, we see this conference a forum where we can exchange invaluable ideas, insights, and experiences. Our focus will be on capacity building, digitization, new technologies, and innovation. These essential pillars will foster an environment where sustainability can truly flourish with the maritime sector. SMIC 2023 serves a testament to the thriving partnership between Saudi Arabia and the IMO, highlighting our unwavering commitment to working together towards a bright future with initiatives such as CARES, Glow Fouling, Glow Letter, and the upcoming Glow Noise initiative. We have been steadfast in our support to the IMO and to the IMSO LRIT project, to the World Maritime University, and to the International Maritime Law Institute. It is evident that Saudi Arabia's commitment to the IMO is a fact, and we are determined to broaden and enhance this foundation to pave the way for a prosperous future for all. The Transport General Authority, TGA, and the relevant agencies, through careful planning and dedication, regulations within the maritime industry have been streamlined, providing an attractive environment for both investors and beneficiaries. In addition to Saudi Arabia's commitment to the maritime safety, security, environmental protections, as well as capacity building through many initiatives and mega projects. Ladies and gentlemen, in a nutshell, and humbly, with all modesty, Saudi Arabia is not talking the talk. Saudi Arabia is walking the talk. Thank you. Finally, I extend my sincerest appreciation to our sponsors, partners, and each participant here today for your contribution to this conference. May SMIC 2023 be a catalyst for productivity, inspiration, and a step forward towards a sustainable maritime industry. Thank you very much, and God bless. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Welcome to SMIC 2023, where global maritime leaders unite to redefine maritime sustainability. Our ambitions are boundless. Discover the innovative Saudi and Middle East green initiatives that are propelling us towards a greener and more sustainable maritime industry. Come, set sail with us and learn about the exciting, inventive ways of producing energy from natural sources such as methanol, ammonia, hydrogen, and natural gas. Saudi Arabia is making concerted efforts to mitigate the global repercussions of climate change through sustainable measures. Brilliant minds from around the world are joining forces to develop optimal strategies in combating climate change, marine pollution, the degradation of natural habitats, and greenhouse gas emissions. Making all of these fantastic innovations stay connected and running smoothly are the seafarers, who need to be prepared to operate efficiently in this cutting-edge new generation of technological advances. Let us join hands and embrace the challenges that lie ahead, chart new courses, and steer towards a horizon that is sustainable. Welcome to SMIC 2023.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for this very, very insightful perspective.
Of course, we cannot discuss the maritime industry without acknowledging the International Maritime Organization, the IMO.
This prestigious entity has been instrumental in shaping the industry with its goals and initiatives. Saudi Arabia's commitment to IMO is evident through its adoption of over 40 conventions and protocols to enhance the maritime sector.
Notably, the Kingdom has also founded 3 significant initiatives: the GLOW Foaling, the GLOW Letter, and the IMO Cares.
Now, let's extend a warm welcome to the IMO Secretary General, Mr. Kitak Lim, who will share his invaluable insights with us.
Your Excellency Minister Al-Jasser, Your Excellency Vice Minister Dr. Rumai, Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I extend my sincere gratitude to the government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for their kind invitation and for the convening this vital gathering focused on a sustainable maritime industry. Such conferences are vital, pivotal in shaping the path ahead for a resilient maritime sector that facilitates global trade and economic growth. Transporting over 80% of global trade, shipping remains the most economically and environmentally sound mode for transporting cargoes. Despite prevailing global challenges, the shipping industry continues to diligently facilitate global trade, delivering essential goods worldwide. For the past 75 years, the International Maritime Organization, IMO, has been at the forefront of ensuring safe, secure, and efficient and sustainable transport of cargoes, transportation, striving for continuous improvements in efficiency and driving the sector toward sustainability. Throughout those decades, this international regulatory regime has constantly evolved to respond to new demands from an ever-evolving maritime sector. As we journey toward a sustainable future, we must collectively embrace decarbonization and digitalization, automation, and innovative technologies. Ladies and gentlemen, the transition to a decarbonized maritime sector encompasses all aspects of shipping, including fuel supply and uses, port operation, seafarer training, and safety measure, and proper, excellent shipbuilding as well. A pivotal stride in this pursuit is IMO's recent adoption of the 2023 strategy on reduction of greenhouse gas emissions from shipping, a milestone cementing the industry commitment to combating climate change. This strategy sets a target of net zero greenhouse gas emissions by close to 2050, stimulating technological innovation and research into low carbon and zero carbon fuels. This achievement is a testament to the collaboration of our member states and industry stakeholders. My special commendation goes out to Saudi Arabia for its leadership throughout this process. The adoption of the 2023 strategy, while not satisfying every member state, but it emphasizes the result of years of strenuous negotiation, unanimously approved by all member states, all member countries. I extend my sincere gratitude to all of you. However, this is not our ultimate goal. To achieve the goal of the net zero strategy, we must proceed with the implementation of detailed measures according to the adopted schedule. Your ongoing support and cooperation are greatly anticipated. A sustainable maritime sector is not just an opportunity. It is imperative for securing the future of generations to come. IMO is actively supporting member states voyaging toward a smooth energy transition, leaving no one left behind in journey toward a greener shipping sector. Therefore, IMO is continuously expanding its extensive technical cooperation and capacity-building initiative, promoting inclusive innovation and supporting trials and pilots with a focus on technology deployment and green maritime infrastructure. This digital and energy transition has rightly brought attention to future maritime workers and their well-being, who remain at the forefront of shipping. IMO is committed to fostering education, training, and skills development for the evolving workforce. And I'd like to express my deepest appreciation to many IMO member state industry for their generous contribution, including financial donation, in particular to Saudi Arabia, already a major contributor to IMO's projects for partnering with us in the training access for cadet seafarers pilot project, which is called Next Wave Seafarers. And also I'd like to combine my deep thanks, appreciation to the government of Saudi Arabia for the active participation and the financial and the support for the oil transferring from tanker SF4 safer, which is a very crucial operation, but thanks for the support for that operation. Ladies and gentlemen, throughout its history, the shipping industry has embraced sustainable transitions. The ambitious measures forced through collaboration and consensus at IMO will undoubtedly ensure a successful energy and digital transition. As the global forum for international shipping, IMO will continue its role to facilitate collaboration among stakeholders in the maritime ecosystem, propelling shipping into a digital, decarbonized, and sustainable future. our shared pursuit of ambitious goals require an unprecedented level of cooperation and open dialogue. This conference stands as a testament to our collective determination to advance further and faster toward our common goals. Just before coming this plenary, I was escorted to look around the exhibition of different stakeholders, and they explained their vision for future. And they looked all very motivated. And I was impressed and inspired by their vision and activities. But what I see, the key element of that exhibition, of that presentation about their vision for the future, I believe a key is political leadership. How to connect them all into a certain common ecosystem to promote maritime industry, maritime activities. How to connect their people, how to connect their mind toward certain integrated collective action to the same goal and objectives. So it was very impressive. So I was very impressed to hear certain vision explanation, further explanation from the Minister Al-Jasser. I extend my best wishes for the productive conference, eagerly anticipating the insights that will certainly provide valuable input for IMO's future discussions and endeavors. Thank you for your attention.
Gamzamida. Thank you so much, Mr. Lim. I hope that I said it correctly, or as we say in Arabic, I hope إني ما جبت العيد. Ladies and gentlemen, picture this. The vast sea, ship under the endless sky, a symbol of collective effort where every sailor contributes.
And today we meet two remarkable individuals who've left their mark on the maritime history.
First, Chief Officer Ghurman al-Shahri, a master mariner.
And our second hero, Abdurrahim al-Thaqafi, the kingdom's first accredited marine chief engineer from Transport General Authority.
Join us in celebrating these maritime pioneers, inspiring us with their achievements and reminding us, of course, that every voyage is a journey of dedication and excellence.
That was truly amazing.
It was
I loved
really captivating. Like, trust me, we've seen this many times during rehearsals, and every time when we see it, as if it
gets
is
better.
the first time, right? Here we are at the SMIC 2023, and it's been a blast so far. Wonder if the minister is up for a speech.
A very good question. Before we find out, let's appreciate the wisdom from our guest, His Excellency. He shared insights on how SMIC 2023 leads sustainable development.
Sustainability is the name of the game, affecting us all. It's like the missing puzzle piece for the maritime industry.
Exactly. The Saudi Green Initiative cuts emissions and boosts renewable energy with plans for a massive 200 gigawatt center. And remember, at the G20, they formed the first ever working group to tackle environmental issues like land degradation and the Coral Accelerator Program.
Now, without further ado, let's give a warm welcome to the man of the hour, the Minister of Transport and Logistics Service himself, His Excellency, Engineer Saleh Al Jasser.
Indeed, truly amazing. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أصحاب المعالي، أصحاب السعادة، الحفل الكريم، أهلا وسهلا بكم في مؤتمر استدامة الصناعة البحرية الذي يعقد في عروس البحر الأحمر جدة. فأهلا وسهلا ومرحبا بكم. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it brings me great pleasure to extend a warm welcome to you all, the esteemed leaders of the maritime sector, the experts, innovators in this field who have gathered from across the globe here in Jeddah. On behalf of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, welcome to SMIC 2023. It is crucial to highlight that our dedication to sustainability extends beyond this conference. Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030, which is a groundbreaking plan for the country's transformation, positions sustainability at the heart of its efforts and activities. The Kingdom has already made significant contributions of over 4% toward reducing land degradation globally, and 1% toward the global target of planting 1 trillion trees as part of its ambitious Saudi Green initiatives. Vision 2030 has pushed us to great success. Our logistics and container handling operations have gained global recognition with impressive progress. Saudi Arabia has jumped 17 places in the Logistics Performance Index LPI, issued by the World Bank. We also rank 16th amongst the world's largest 100 ports of container handling. Our 80% increase in the number of Saudi flag vessels have put us at the forefront of the region. And our fleet made Saudi the first country in the Middle East to earn the award of Quality Shipping in 21st Century, showing our compliance with the highest port standards. Furthermore, we have earned a spot on the esteemed white list of the Paris MOU. None of these accomplishments would have been possible without the commitment of our seafarers, whose numbers have grown by a staggering 25% in 2022. And our aspirations doesn't stop here. This is only the beginning. The maritime sector strategy, which is derived from the National Transportation and Logistics Strategy that was launched by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, aims to transform the sector and introduce initiatives that unlock valuable opportunities, leveraging Saudi environment and natural resources across 6 core sectors, namely ports, maritime shipping, marine services, shipbuilding and repair, fishing and aquaculture, and finally, marine tourism. By 2030, we will be positioned as the leading maritime nation in the region, ranking among the top in the world in container handling. The maritime sector's contribution to the Saudi economy is projected to increase 4-fold from its current level. There is much more that awaits us in this journey. Finally, I extend my deepest gratitude to all our guests for joining us at this conference. I have every confidence that the discussions, collaborations that unfold over the course of SMIC 2023 will pave the way toward a more sustainable, prosperous, and responsible maritime sector. God bless you all. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Engineer Saleh Al-Jasser, for your insightful speech. We would like to ask you to kindly remain on the stage with us.
And we would like also to ask His Excellency Dr. Rmeh to join us on stage for the MOU signing ceremony. The first MOU is between TGA, Dr. Rmeh, Acting President of the TGA ABS, Samir Suwa'i, the Regional Director of Operations of the Middle East and Africa, and Zamil Marine, by Sufyan Zamil, CEO of Zamil Marine.
And today we celebrate crucial agreements for achieving goals. The TGA ensures safe maritime operations aligning with Kingdom Vision 2030.
The American Bureau of Shipping ensures top ship designs, while Zamil Marine excels in offshore services, and together they have safety as a priority, definitely.
And these parties unite to create rules for a safer, greener, and more innovative maritime industry.
So applause for this transformative agreement, a significant step toward maritime safety and innovation.
The second MOU is between the Saudi Logistics Academy, Dr. Abdullah Abdul Karim, Executive Director, and Escola, Mr. Edward Rhodes, Director.
It aims at developing plans for the utilization of services which improve and develop the quality of human capital available to the Saudi logistics sector. Let's give them a round of applause. The coming agreement is between TGA and IMO. Mr. Kitak Tlem, please join us on stage. We know the Kingdom has thrown its weight behind 3 major IMO initiatives. We discussed them before.
Yes.
The glow fouling, the glow litter, and the glow noise.
These initiatives have a noble aim to safeguard our marine ecosystems, preserve our precious natural resources, protect our wildlife and fisheries, and combat pollution and waste of all forms.
So let's applaud the IMO and Saudi Arabia for their dedication to a cleaner, healthier, and more sustainable maritime environment, setting an example for the world.
The TGA and the coming agreement, of course, is between TGA and Emily. We ask Dr. Norman Martinez to kindly come to the stage.
And today, we're celebrating the support of Saudi Arabia to the Emily with the aim of enhancing training initiatives, developing students' capabilities, and motivating them, in addition to organizing maritime workshops and courses. The coming agreement is between TGA, Saudi Arabia, the IMO, represented by Mr. Kitak Tlem, and Bahri, represented by Engineer Khalid Al-Hammad, the President of Bahri Ship Management, who are aiming or teaming up actually for a name, a project called Next Wave, set for 2024-2025.
And it's all about supporting the next generation of seafarers. They're creating a framework for the IMO, countries and shipping companies to collaborate.
So let's hear an applause to Saudi Arabia, the IMO, and Bahri for this remarkable initiative.
To celebrate the accreditation of ASDA Marine Training Institute, let's welcome Mr. Abdul Wahab Al Musa, Chairman of ASDA.
We know that in each and every field, training is the key to ensure the continuity and progress. This also applies to the world of maritime industry.
Let's applaud the ASDA Marine Training Institute for achieving the final accreditation.
Special thanks to Mr. Abdul Wahab Al Musa, the chairman of ASDA. The second celebration is the preliminary accreditation of the Saudi Maritime Training Center, also known as SMTC. Let's welcome Mr. Jabir bin Hamim, the chairman.
It's time to shine a spotlight on an extraordinary individual. In just a second.
Let's give a round of applause for the SMTC Global.
And now it's time to shine a spotlight on an extraordinary individual, IMO Secretary General Kitak Lim. For 8 remarkable years, he's been the driving force behind the IMO, leaving an unforgettable mark on the maritime sector.
His impact has stretched far and wide, touching everything from environmental initiatives to education, sailor welfare, and maritime safety. His unwavering support has reached nations worldwide, including our very own Saudi Arabia. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to Secretary General Kitak Tlem for his dedicated and transformative service. So please, let's give him a very big applause. Let's take a moment to celebrate an incredible act of humanity. But first, let's call out Engineer Khalid Al-Hammad, the President of Bahri Ship Management, to join us on stage.
On the 8th of August 2022, the Saudi flag vessel NCC Najm, operated by Bahri Ship Management, was navigating in the challenging strait off of Malacca.
But then, they received a distress call from Port Klang, the VTS. An unknown vessel has been capsized and lives of 35 people were at stake.
And NCC Najm answered the call. Their swift response of safety reminds us that in the maritime world, humanity and compassion always comes first.
Hats off to NCC Najm and Bahri for this remarkable act of kindness.
We would like to thank our sponsors, our strategic sponsor, NIDLIP, represented by Engineer Sulaiman Al-Mazroua, CEO of NIDLIP.
We would like to thank our diamond sponsor, NCEC, represented by, let's see now,
our gold sponsor, SAIL, represented by Saleh Maghribi, our gold sponsor, Bahri represented.
Okay. We want to thank our gold sponsor, Bahri, represented by Engineer Khalid Al-Hammad, the President of Bahri Ship Management. خليناكم تسووا رياضة كثير. تفضل اليوم ما شاء الله. تفضل. We extend our gratitude to our four valued sponsors for making the Sustainable Maritime Industry Conference 2023 a reality. Your unwavering support and commitment to take the cause of maritime industry sustainability have been instrumental in bringing this event to life.
And your contributions have not only enriched the conference, but have also reinforced our collective dedication to a more sustainable maritime future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellencies. And as we conclude this event, we would like to thank all of you for joining us today at the SMIC 2023, where we have celebrated Saudi Arabia's maritime journey and embraced a brighter, more sustainable future.
And please note that a very exciting talk is happening shortly here on the same stage. And don't forget the 3 days conference, which has a rich agenda of talks and sessions that you don't want to miss.
Thank you, everyone. Until we meet again on the shores of progress and sustainability.
Thank you, Tagreed.
Thank you, Hala.
Ladies and gentlemen, the session will start in 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, the session will start in 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, the session will start in 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, the session will start in 5 minutes. Lady.
اللي كان يعتقد انه والله ارقام كبيره وغير قابله للتحقيق كسرناها وكسرنا اجزاء منها في 2020 وسوف نكسر كثير من هذه الارقام في 2025 مما يعني انه سوف نحقق ارقام اكبر في 2030.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first session, Greener Maritime Future, Sustainable Solutions Towards Net Zero. Please welcome our keynote speaker, Ra'id al-Basit, presenting Regenerating the Red Sea, a Vision for the Future.
أهم فرصة البحر الأحمر. هنا فرص ضخمة جدا للعمل على كثير من الهبس على امتداد البحر الأحمر. نحن المفروض نقدم شيء جديد.
I mean, to us, it's a mission. And given the state of the world today, it's a vital mission. We at Red Sea Global share a passion for making a positive impact. An ambition to lead the world in setting new standards for a tourism industry that's in harmony with the environment. But we'll let our actions speak for themselves. We're not just talking the talk, we're actually walking the walk. Together, as one group, one family, a family of extraordinary and talented overachievers. Because we believe in making a difference. We've been developing two of the world's most spectacular projects for regenerative tourism. We're united by a deep commitment to making tourism a force for good.
السلام عليكم. صباحكم الله بالخير. Good morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests. It does bring to my heart a lot of honor to be standing before you today, but it also fills my heart with a lot of comfort because this place does feel like coming to a home port to me. I started in the maritime industry, and this is a place where my voyage started within you and among you. My colleagues, my leaders, my mentors are sitting here today among you. I was once a seagoing officer on oil tankers, but today I humbly wear the hat of the Group Chief Environment and Sustainability Officer for Red Sea Global. But I also wear another hat, that is, I do work with almost all organizations present here today, companies, administrators, and regulators. We do all work, and I find that all of the roles that I play are thread within the same thread. That is our collective responsibility, not just to sail on the waters, but also to treasure them and leave them better than we found them. Standing on the deck of a ship in the middle of the ocean, I've learned very quickly, and I saw the endless possibilities and the sheer expanse of it all. But I've also learned how delicate and interconnected the ecosystems are. The marine ecosystem, the environments, the habitat ecosystem, but also the business ecosystem. The businesses, the logistics and the supply chains, but also the socio-economic fabric of the Red Sea, how it's all connected. I've learned that the maritime industry was the industry that taught the world really how to manage a Korean-built ship owned by a European company, managed by a Danish company, sailing a Filipino crew from a port in North America, crossing the Red Sea, Suez Canal to Bab el-Mandeb, and then across on its voyage for the Far East. I've learned how we, the maritime industry, established the language of sustainability and environmental protection. We have established the international best practices. We have established within this industry and taught the world how to speak a common language when it comes to environment protection and establishing sustainability, regardless where you come from, and that all those boundaries are really non-existent. They are only existent on maps. Along with the critical pathways of global trade lies an extraordinary jewel, and that is the Red Sea. We at Red Sea Global have been entrusted with the responsibility of nurturing and developing this unique destination, starting all the way from north, from Neom, all the way down to the south to Jizan, and leading the development of 2 giga projects, the Red Sea Project and Amala Project. Coming here and standing before you today, coming actually from the Red Sea, which is about 500 kilometers from this hotel, which I drove last night, and I'm going to drive again tonight, inshallah. This destination will be open this year, and the vision is coming to reality. The first resorts will start to come open for guests this year, and at Red Sea Global, we're dreaming a big dream. We're transcending sustainability into regeneration, and we're setting new standards that allow us to conserve and improve our precious ecosystem and ensure that tourism brings benefits to the environment and also brings benefits to the locals and the local communities. We're not just protecting corals, we're farming corals. We're enhancing corals and we're restoring areas of corals. We're not just protecting mangroves, we're also planting mangroves. We're on our way to plant 50 million carbon sequestering mangroves by 2030, and our first million is being planted right now. We're also training hundreds of local Saudis to work in hospitality as hospitality staff, as tour guides, as airport mechanics and technicians, and yes, also as boat captains to serve these tourism destinations. As part of our commitment, we're targeting a regenerative maritime tourism for the Red Sea. I'm advocating for this value, and right now, by standing here and sharing the Red Sea Global experience with all of you, my company wants to help and work with you to share the future of a regenerative maritime industry within the Red Sea. shaping the identity of the Red Sea, thinking of the Mediterranean. You cannot stop but picturing Greece, picturing the beautiful mountains of Greece and the beaches, picturing Gibraltar Strait and their rocks and mountains, and the Italian food. Thinking of the Caribbean, you cannot help but think, this evokes in your imagination and the relaxing, laid-back holidays of the Caribbean Sea. Thinking of the Yellow Sea, as many of you know, you cannot help but to picture and imagine the very active and vibrant fishing fleets that are active at night at the Yellow Sea. What does the Red Sea identity look like? I want to say that we are shaping the identity of the Red Sea, and the future will look very different for the Red Sea. We are building its identity right now. My company, for one, is developing logistics centers, projects and islands along the Red Sea coast of Saudi, all the way from north, as I said, from the NEOM project in the north, all the way down to Jizan project, with many multiple projects open to tourists and families from around the globe. A whole new Red Sea is taking shape. It will be a center of sailing and international yachting, driven by Red Sea's Global Amala Yacht Club. It will have a buzz of its own. It will be a place of people who would want to own a vacation home. The Red Sea would be the destination for future tourists, for couples, for families. The Red Sea would be the place where they would want to spend their summer and their vacations. We need, and we are creating an unparalleled tourism experience for those tourists in the Red Sea, and we need your help and your support, and we're here standing to offer ours, to create an area on the Red Sea that is access to tourists for them to explore our treasures of nature, culture, and history. The Red Sea is being transformed into a global hub, and we all need to be part of it. This does come, however, with challenges that we need to be mindful of. One of the biggest challenges that we all know about is the challenge of protecting the environment. With a global hub, beaming with life and commerce, the Red Sea requires robust responsibility of supply chains. International and local companies need to anchor their operations here, and also they need to grow their supply chains and logistics, developing it. It needs to be an organic growth. We need to tap on local talent, we need to train it and work on it, and that needs to happen here in the Red Sea and with the people of Saudi on the Red Sea. To each and every one of you, from the smallest startup to the largest of companies, the Red Sea is ready for you. But you need to be ready for it, ready to invest, not just in the promise of economic opportunities, but in the assurance of environmental prosperity, ready to be part of a future so radiant it will redefine the identity of the Red Sea for the rest of the world. I began this journey alongside many of you in the heart of the maritime industry. We are and we will always be shaped by the call of the sea to explore, to care, to nurture, and to regenerate. The Red Sea is more than just a body of water. It's a symbol of what can be achieved. And when we merge economic ambitions and we come together, we can protect the environment, but go further than that into enhancing it and support the socio-economic conscious operations along the Red Sea. Let's embark on this voyage. All hands need to be on deck, and let's walk the talk. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first panel discussion, Saudi and Middle East Green Initiative's contribution to maritime decarbonization, readiness, and roadmap. Our panelists are Omar Hariri, Engineer Sulaiman Al-Mazrou, Engineer Ali Al-Ghamdi, Muhammad Al-Asiri, and our moderator is Dr. Umayma Ba-Masaq.
Okay.
خلاص يصير نسأل نسلمهم إن شاء الله. Good morning, our distinguished excellencies, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you to our first panel titled Saudi and Middle East Green Initiatives Contribution in Maritime Decarbonization Readiness Roadmap. Please join us to welcome our distinguished panelists, Engineer Ali Al-Ghamdi, CEO of the National Center of Environment Compliance, Engineer Sulaiman Al-Mazrou, CEO of NIDLE Program, Engineer Muhammad Asiri, CEO of Saudi Red Sea Authority, and Mr. Omar Hariri, President of Mawani. Achieving a green future is a global imperative. Saudi Arabia aspires to enhance quality of life and safeguard future generations at home and beyond its borders. The Saudi and Middle East Green Initiatives integrate environmental protection, energy transition, and innovative sustainability to achieve green future. Here is in our panel with our esteemed panelists, leading in government entities. We will discuss and be enlightened with the current contribution and future perspective in maritime decarbonization, readiness, roadmap. And we will start with Mr. Omar Hariri, the President of Mawani, with the first question. As we all know that an essential part of ensuring that we can achieve our ambitions to decarbonization of maritime industry is to have a proper regulatory regime in place. In that perspective, what is Mawani doing to enable this agenda?
First of all, assalamu alaikum, good morning to everyone. And I'd like to thank TJ for hosting this great conference and talk about very important topic for us all in the maritime sector worldwide. Well, as we all are witnessing the great transformation that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is undertaking today in all sectors, sustainability and green practices are in the heart of KSA transformation journey. And with the Kingdoms is pledging to achieve net zero by 2060, and with the launch of the Saudi Green Initiative that paves the way for Saudi Arabia to be part of helping the planet. This initiative, the Saudi Green Initiative, of course, it's going to improve the quality of life and also protect future generations by increasing the reliance on clean energy, and also offsetting the impact of fossil fuels and protect the environment. The Saudi Green Initiative has great ambitions and great targets. We want to increase the share of energy from renewables from 0.3% to 50% by 2030, and also to decrease the carbon emissions over 4% from the global value, and to plant more than 10 billion trees by 2030. So a lot of momentum is happening in Saudi towards this important file, and we at the transport and logistics sector as well have the environment agenda on top of our priorities. We have a clear and strong governance in place. We have on top the National Transport and Logistics Strategy led by the Ministry of Transport and Logistics that oversees and drive the environment strategy for all the sector and all transport mode. Under it, we have the Maritime Strategy that is focused on the maritime sector, both commercial and leisure. And then at the ports level, Mawani, we have our corporate strategy and our dedicated environment strategy for port, that from it we have launched several flagship projects to ensure that we drive this important file forward. And it's around innovative technologies. It's around ensuring the right regulations and enforcing the right regulations that protect the environment and create the ports and maritime sustainable environment that helps Saudi Arabia to achieve its vision by becoming a global logistics hub. All of this, what I've said, is a framework for us to ensure that we implement our initiatives and showcase our commitment to the International Maritime Organization and their environmental initiatives. And also our commitment to all the international conventions that Saudi Arabia is part of, like SOLAS, MARPOL, and the Ballast Water Management Convention, and the Paris MOU. We're collectively working together as government entities and with my colleagues here on the stage to ensure that we drive this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Amr. And as you just concluded the first part, is that all the panelists are collectively working on achieving the strategic goal of the green initiatives. And this comes the transition to Red Sea Authority. As Mr. Amr mentioned, that we are actually having the umbrella of the NTLS strategy and its KPIs and its projects. And Mawani has launched 7 strategic projects. And part of it is for the sustainability and for the green initiatives. And I'm sure that Red Sea Authority will support these initiatives by authorization and by regulating the maritime. So my question to you, Mr. Muhammad, is a healthy maritime environment is a foundation for much of the world's tourism. Millions of travelers actively seeking the corals, crystal clear waters and vibrant maritime life. This experience is currently constitute to 50% of the global tourism. Red Sea Authority is playing a major role in terms of regulating this sector. What are the roadmap strategies set by the Red Sea Authority to unlock this opportunity?
Thank you very much. First of all, I have the pleasure to be here today, and I thank His Excellency Salih Al-Jasser and His Excellency Rameh Al-Rameh and the transportation ecosystem for arranging for this very important gathering, actually, for us to think together and to speak with each other and to share our thoughts. To answer your question, let's go back first and understand exactly what is coastal tourism and how to approach coastal tourism first from a business point of view and how to see the integration of sustainability within coastal tourism. So coastal tourism is a new industry that is introduced in Saudi Arabia in order to diversify the economy as per Vision 2030. We know that we have a treasure, which is the Red Sea. But this treasure requires all the enablement and all the necessary regulations, infrastructure, and mechanisms that will enable this industry to start and to thrive. The vision of Saudi 2030 and the visionary who is our leader, Khadim al-Haramain, and then Sumu Sayyidi Wali al-Ahd Hafidhahullah, Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, has put in place the essential elements of sustainability in this industry since the beginning. So we were not required to start the industry itself, but we were required as well in the same time to start sustainability. And this emphasis on sustainability puts certain emphasis on how the government of Saudi Arabia are thinking about this industry in the first place. In order to do that, we started through a systematic approach. First of all, we have to start understanding the market and what is the market of coastal tourism around the world. We studied and we surveyed more than 6,000 people of all ages from different countries, and we asked them about the Red Sea, what kind of activities they want to do in the Red Sea, whether cruising, yachting, diving, and other activities. Once we collected that knowledge, we knew that first step of sustainability is in the power of knowledge. Who are the segments that we can work with in order to attract them to Saudi Arabia and to the Red Sea, but without making the mistake of over-tourism. Over-tourism was an issue around the world. Why? Because sometimes the environment is overwhelmed by certain level of tourism significantly above its ability to sustain. And unfortunately, in the maritime, some of the damages that take place are irreversible. We cannot bring these corals back if we lose them. And they are the major asset that all our coastal tourism will be around. The second part was around understanding our assets. So we surveyed the Red Sea as a whole. We collected information from all our partners who are with us today and our other partners in the ecosystem from previous old studies and the new studies. And we knew what do we have in terms of assets. 3, out of that, we started to build a strategy. And sustainability was at the heart of our strategy. With that, number 1, we looked into all the regulations that were there before. Number 2, we looked into all the supporting regulations that we should strengthen and we keep, but also the regulations that we have amended and also the regulations that we have to build from scratch. With the help of our board, whom I feel proud that 2 members of them are with us today in this respected panel, Engineer Umar and Engineer Ali. The board actually asked us to develop the regulations. We developed regulations, but we have this golden opportunity. We are building something from scratch.
Yes.
Let's do it right. So we integrated in our regulations the best practices, the new IMO initiatives like IMO Cares and others that we could integrate from day one. We looked into even other areas around waste management, emissions reduction, in order to make sure when this industry starts in the country, it starts with sustainability as part of its DNA. And with that, actually, we started to work with the ecosystem, with the transportation, environment, law enforcement, along with our work with the Giga projects, as Dr. Raid al-Basit mentioned today. They are an integral part of that ecosystem. They built so many initiatives that we found beneficial that if we take them and replicate them in the remaining parts of the Red Sea. So this is what we did so far. We are in the beginning of that, but we are very sure that with the help of everyone, with the right governance, with the right collaboration among all of us as an ecosystem, with the work with the international entities around the world like IMO and some partnerships we had with certain entities like Prince Albert Foundation, Qurdab, and others, I think sustainability will be integrated in the DNA of our coastal tourism in Saudi Arabia.
Thank you very much, Engineer Mohammed, for the enlightenment approach. And actually, this is, as you said, how the authority should start right. It's from the, as you have actually the chance of building the organization. So thinking about a strategic level of building collaborations internally, externally, and it's, as I see it, it's like 2 branches, is surviving what we have now from the damages and unlocking the opportunities for the tourism, which is, I'm sure it will be unprecedented. Talking about the sustainability of the corals, which we all see that Jeddah is really suffering, and we are hopeful that it will be regenerated again with other corals. We will be transiting to the environment, to Engineer Ali Al-Ghamdi, the CEO of the National Center for Environment Compliance. The National Center of Environment Compliance is working on a number of initiatives to safeguard coastal communities and maritime life. Among them is the implementation of the Marine and Coastal Environment Protection Initiative. What are these initiatives and how they are contributing to the realization of Saudi and Middle East Green Initiative?
Thank you very much, Dr. Umayma. First, let me thank actually the Ministry of Transportation and actually having us with you today. And this is actually show the type of partnership that we need to work together as an authorities to achieve what we listened today from His Excellency Minister Al-Jasir and also Dr. Rumeh, that sustainability, environmental protection has to be in the heart of every business we do in Saudi Arabia. So definitely, I will just echo what my colleagues have said, that collaboration is very important, and part of that, we work together actually when we set up the Saudi strategy, the National Environmental Strategy, the Saudi Green Initiative, the Middle East Green Initiative, and definitely the strategy for the Red Sea sustainability. And this collaboration actually end by, we recognize today that Saudi Arabia marine ecosystem is recognized as the one of the world's highest biodiversity hotspots. It has 4,000 marine species, including 360 coral species, 6% of those as endemic. So that shows that really we have a highly ambitious target to protect and conserve this. But even though we need to make sure that marine and the coastal ecosystem are significantly interdependent. We cannot do a conservation and protection of those species without making sure that human activities and economic activities is really regulated and complying. So to do that, the National Environmental Strategy has adopted a very holistic, integrated framework to protect the marine and coastal ecosystem, building in 6 elements. The first element, as we hear today in Dr. Rumeh's speech, that we establish a strong knowledge-based marine ecosystem. That's the first step that we have to build in the framework. Second thing is ensuring that environmental compliance of marine and coastal economic activity has been complied. And that will work with a clear law, clear regulation, a clear procedure of every ecosystem and understanding their impact and doing their environmental impact assessment and having the license, environmental license, to work within those ecosystems. The next element is rehabilitation and conservation of degraded coral reef. And after that, of course, we need to protect those facilities and the coastline from any incidents. For that, we enhance our national emergency preparedness and response capabilities. I will explain that later. All of that cannot work without building actually a culture. Therefore, a main element of our strategy is building an awareness among all the stakeholders, public, private, non-governmental organization, or citizens. So for that, we do have more than 24 initiatives, directly or indirectly, helping to achieve the protection of marine and coastal ecosystem. But I will focus on 2 that we are working actually with our colleagues here on the stage or sitting there. First one is the environmental compliance assessment of marine and coastal facilities. For there, we do a full studies on the biodiversity, availability, and health status of those in the marine. But also, we measure even the compliance of facility and discharging and ensure that we prevent pollution impacting those ecosystems. And to do so, we are using a very robust management system with help of SAIL, one of the BIF companies, to make sure that we use a ship-based surveillance, remote operation vehicle-based surveillance, drones, routine water sampling, using satellite and analysis, modeling, and others. And lastly, I could just touch more on how we protect our investment in the Giga project that we hear, for example, from Riot today, NEOM, and also other critical facility for water, for energy, and others, is to make sure that we have an insurance policy today for protecting them from oil spills and harmful chemicals. To do so, we developed a national environmental emergency response plan, a new from scratch building on learning from other nations. We acquired a response fleet, and we are proud that we today have the biggest fleet for emergency response in the Middle East. Also, we established the marine operational for environmental service company SAIL with collaboration with BIF to take our capabilities today from 75,000 barrels per day to 530,000 barrels per day that we could combat and respond to. And definitely from knowledge and awareness, we have to build drills, we have to do a training to our distinguished women and men that will respond to those type of emergency. So from 11 drills that we conducted in the last 2 years, and the next one will be next month in the Gulf, We train more than 1,800 women and men to be capable today to respond to any emergency in the marine and the coastal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Engineer Ali. I've actually had a look at the emergency plans while I was looking on the background and the profile of the panelists, and it has been really attracting a lot of attention, and it has been promised to be successful, inshallah, with all the agendas and the policy that has been undergoing it. Engineer Suleiman, you are the fourth for a purpose. For the first round of discussion, we wanted actually to first highlight the initiatives and the efforts from all the authorities and Mawani Port, the Environment Protection and Red Sea. As we all notice that there are a number of initiatives and projects going on, and these initiatives has an element, if not all of them, of research and innovation. And NIDLIB is very well known of supporting this direction and this target. So Engineer Suleiman, NIDLIB is supporting research and innovation in various universities and research institutes to enable decarbonization. How do these efforts contribute to the green initiatives, and if there is any future plans, given all the number of amazing initiatives that are going on the related entities?
Thank you for having me. I think, or I believe, Jeddah city is well placed for such an important event, considering the history of more than 1,400 years of maritime services in Jeddah. As we've been hearing from my esteemed colleagues in the panel, Vision 2030, Vision 2030. And there is a quote by a Spain philosopher, I think is well suited for such an audience of sailors and maritime industry experts. It says, there is no favorable winds for those who has no direction. There is no favorable winds for those who has no directions. And we are lucky in Saudi Arabia to have a clear North Star in our economy, diversification, social activity, and also our development of our human resources. NIDLIB is one of the programs that aim to transform the kingdom to industrial powerhouse and a global logistic hub. It has 4 main sectors: mining, industry, energy, and logistics. These 4 sectors integrate together to provide amplified value for the economy of Saudi Arabia. Maritime industry and sustainability, both are at the core of Vision 2030 and NIDLIB program plans. Let me start by sustainability. When it comes to sustainability, by what mentioned by my colleague Omar, the Saudi Green Initiative, where we are trying to offset most of our carbon credit through the plant that we will be playing. 2, moving toward energy mix of 50% through our renewable energy. And that will be at the grid level. So every host connected to the grid will be enjoying this 50% of renewable energy. 3rd, when it comes to building the largest factory of green hydrogen in NEOM, transferring the blue hydrogen to the world from Aramco, in addition to other activities that we have as part of Saudi commitment to sustainability. But we are addressing it through a framework, which is Circle Carbon Economy Framework, that was introduced by Ministry of Energy and endorsed by G20 in 2021. And that's an important factor that we address the sustainability in a very ambitious framework, but also addressing the prosperity of Saudi and the nations around us according to that framework. With that comes to the NIDLIB as a catalyst of catalysts to make sure that ministries authorities, private sector, NGOs, international partners, universities, research work together to make sure that we achieve that known North Star. And this is a great time for us to recognize these partners. Mawani of doing a great transition to smart ports and recycling activities, in addition to working with Aramco to apply or comply with the latest standards of international maritime regulations of low sulfur fuel. So all these has been an activity that's been done by the great partner of Mawani and Aramco. Also the recognition of Royal Commission of Jubail and Yumbu, led by His Excellency Khalid Salim and his esteemed leadership team in Yumbu, Jubail and Ras Al Khair, to be also a standard to follow when it comes to sustainability and applying the right measures to make sure that we develop the right factories with the highest standard of going green and clean with a sustainable approach. Finally, the recognition to our partner in Sufon and Bahri, both working as a national champions to achieve the transition to more cleaner maritime industry, whether in services or in manufacturing. So these ecosystem integrate together to achieve the highest target that we built by Vision 2030. These are just an examples of how we work as a Vision 2030 ecosystem with different regulation partners, public sector, private sector, NGOs, and international partners to achieve these targets.
Thank you very much, Engineer Sulaiman. And this is what I actually wanted to learn about how NIDLIB integrates or being the catalyst of supporting private sector, public sectors, NGOs in terms of driving forward or pushing forward the Vision 2030 and sustainability agenda. One interesting approach or initiative that you have mentioned is smart ports. Smart ports is an initiative that implements the sustainability at its best in terms of implementing or deploying technologies, deploying the safety for the environment, and enabling all the stakeholders to apply it. And it is very much related to Mawani, Mr. Omar. So how would you actually, or how Mawani is going to drive the environment agenda?
Yes. Well, after the launch of the National Transport and Logistics Strategy by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince in 2021, we've witnessed huge steps forward for Saudi ports in all aspects. When we talk about volumes, today Saudi ports is positioned and grown to number 16 in the world in the number of containers throughput globally. Also, the same position, 16 in the world in terms of connected ports or the connectivity port index with the Saudi ports, with the global ports. We've seen also great improvement on growth in transshipment. Our market share in 2018 was 18%. 2023 first quarter, we're at 32%. We've also witnessed the investments from big players. We have today great terminal operators operating Saudi ports. They've investing more than 16 billion Saudi riyals in revamping the terminals, expanding the terminals, all also that fits in with our green agenda. Also, we've managed to partner with big shipping lines and anchor their business in Saudi Arabia, building their logistics hubs. We have the likes of Maersk, CMA, CGM, we have MSC, all invested in the Saudi ports alongside with national carriers such as Bahri and others, with more than 4 billion Saudi riyals in investments in logistics park. All of these big projects and big ambitions requires that we put the environmental agenda in the heart of everything we're doing. Hence, at the Saudi Ports Authority, we've developed our environmental strategy, and we've built it on 4 main pillars. We have the energy and climate change, we have environmental protection, resources and circularity, and the environment risk. All these 4 pillars, of course, are enabled, we ensure that we enabled our people, so competencies, also innovative technology, strong governance, and most importantly, also stakeholder engagement with all the government and the private sector as well. So we can speak the same language. I'll just give some of the few examples. Maybe I gave earlier some of the examples of collaboration with government entities, but let me now give some examples with the private sector. One of the examples, we have Maersk, who is investing in their regional logistics hub, 250,000 square meter in Jeddah Islamic Port. It's their biggest investment worldwide in a single facility. 65,000 square meter on the rooftop will be solar panels. They're gonna use salt water to cool the facility instead of potable water. A lot of other initiatives they're putting in this facility that helps the environment. We have our operators. They're changing all of their key cranes from diesel-operated key cranes to electrical-operated key cranes. They are also planting hundreds of mangroves around the ports. A lot of initiatives are happening. Also, a big project which we're looking forward to is the land bridge, which is the rail connection from east to west. Today, the rail connecting is from Dammam to Riyadh. A new connection has been now opened to Jubail, and when the full project is ended, we're going to see also Jeddah, Yanbu be connected, and all to the major ports of Saudi Arabia. This will reduce the movement of trucks and will reduce carbon emissions. But the most important thing that I'd like to conclude in is that we need to do this as one team, both the government and the private sector, also connecting with the external world as well, with all with the International Maritime Organization and all the big ports in the world. Today we have signed partnership agreements with Antwerp Port, with Rotterdam Port, and now we're also signing an agreement with Singapore, also to exchange knowledge on many topics, and especially sustainability and environment protection.
Thank you, Engineer Omar. So you are actually racing against time in terms of implementing the project to address sustainability, and mentioning that Mawani would be, or the ports would be, an enabler for the land bridge project. So the work would be not in parallel, probably proceeding. So Mawani would be ready when the land bridge is there to serve it. Mr. Muhammad, talking about the enablement and fostering the projects and the initiatives to be in place and to be in land. This needs kind of regulatory authority for them to be on the ground. Red Sea Authority has recently issued a number of regulations, cruise ships, yacht, and other maritime or marine activities. How can these regulations help in fostering green initiatives? Any local or international stakeholders involved? And I'm sure this would be more of it.
So before we started the regulations themselves, we have to understand and design what purpose these regulations will serve. It's a new industry. We have the commercial maritime sector for transportation and for cargo, and we have a new sector for leisure. And this sector has its own ways of, number one, development, number two, business models as well. So as part of our strategy, we understood what kind of segments we need to work with, what areas we need to activate, what destinations we need to develop along with the giga projects and the private sector. And by then, we started to think, if we're gonna develop regulations, then what business model these regulations will support and how this business model is going to be sustainable. For tourism around the world, tourism went through 3 evolutionary phases. The first phase was over-tourism. Unfortunately, around the world, over-tourism led to many issues at the social, at the environmental level, and lately, when environment became a part of the economic calculations or the financial calculations, then we understood that we are better off having the right number of people rather than having an over-tourism that destroys our natural resources or maybe alters our social and economic systems. And maybe recently you heard some statements about certain tourism ministers around the world asking for thinking of a new way to conduct tourism around the world. So the second wave was around sustainable tourism. And here we're speaking about tourism, but with sustainability. Today, the world has shifted into the third phase. And the third phase is regenerative tourism. It's that tourism that not only protects environment and societies, but in the same time it contributes to the development of environment and maybe restoring environment back again to the way that it was. During the past 100 years, the world has lost more than 70% of the coral reefs around the world. And the world actually, and our planet, it took it more than millions of years or several millions of years to develop these coral reefs. We lost them in 100 years. So we need to be very careful about that. We need to start this new economic activity, but in the same time, not to lose our natural resources in a very short time. With that, we looked into the first model of involving the operators themselves as part of the sustainability. If we link the operator or the tourism operator interest to the health and protection of the coral reefs, then they will be our first line of defense. They will make sure that as long as these coral reefs are healthy, the business will continue to come to them. Customers from all over the world will continue to come to see these pristine areas. Then it's in their interest to support that. Secondly, we looked into the best practices around the world in terms of emissions, in terms of noise levels, in terms of waste management, and we started to integrate these into our regulations. 3, we wanted to have another dimension of sustainability, which is the transfer of knowledge. We cannot copy regulations from anywhere in the world and apply them as is in Saudi Arabia. We have to develop our own. It gives me pleasure and honor that the team who developed that are our local team who are sitting with us today, and they come from the maritime sector. Ali and your team, please, if you can stand up, please. They developed it in-house. They integrated the best practices. We went through a long cycle of trial and error. We are not saying that we have done everything perfectly, but part of sustainability is to bring that knowledge to the country and to make sure that we know so that we continue to develop it. And now we are going into the application. We also have our experts with us from around the world who actually developed certain regulations, and they are our resident employees today and our partners in this journey in Saudi Arabia, Dr. Vienna, Dr. Professor Dilara, and others. Now we have the regulations there, and we started third stage is to socialize it with the ecosystem. So we worked with the investors. We worked with the practitioners. We also worked with the environmental sector to make sure that we are correct. And then we shared it with everyone in the ecosystem. In the final stage, we put it for public opinion to make sure that the public opinion is integrated. And then when these regulations were published, we got a very good feedback. Now we are in the implementation phase, and we hope with that implementation phase, we will continue to develop that sustainable journey and to make sure that we achieve the regenerative tourism goals that we want to have, inshallah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Mohammed. It is very clear, the 5 steps that you have mentioned through the journey that Red Sea will be taking to implement the sustainability agenda. All of them are very interested and very, very promising. One of them, and thank you very much for mentioning it, is transfer of knowledge and building the local content, which lead to my following question to Engineer Sulaiman. Is local content and localization, the industry is at the heart of all Vision 2030 projects, and one of them is sustainability and green Saudi initiatives. For Engineer Sulaiman, we would like you to shed some light on the localization and elevating local content through attraction international investors to become part of industrialization in Saudi Arabia, and how NEDLIB is pushing forward this agenda, given that especially in maritime and marine industry, we are talking a lot about international engagement and international stakeholders. So how NEDLIB actually striking the balance of promoting it and bringing the international stakeholders, and also driving forward the localization?
Sure. NEDLIB is an investor-centric program. And to be an investor-centric program, you have to look at everything as from the investor lenses. And the investor look for mainly 2 things: lower the risk and amplify the return. The 2 R's, return and risk. And also, especially the strategic partners, look for growth too. Look for places that they can make their growth sustainably in that specific business environment. And this is how we designed our program, to lower the risk to the investor, increase the return to the investor, and also to provide a sustainable growth opportunities. Localizations in Saudi Arabia is not a regulation. It's an opportunities for a very ambitious companies and partners from national and international area to actually contribute to the development of Saudi Arabia. And with that comes our initiatives that providing the right infrastructure, plug-and-play style, providing the ease of doing industry, the ease of doing logistics, the ease of doing mining, the ease of doing energy. Today, with the e-government initiatives that we have, most of our activity happening online now. Most of the regulations can be done with one single click from your iPhone. In addition to that, the amount of incentives that put in place for the investors, it's the highest among all the countries almost in the globe. And that shows we are seeing the results. 2022, the FDI has been tripled. The investment we are put in place is almost doubled than before. The amount of factories that were open, the amount of transshipments and point of connect has been increased dramatically. We are seeing the result happening in every part of our sectors. Additionally, this year, 2 main opportunities just came to the service. One, the special economic zones. We have already released special economic zones that will provide additional incentives to all the partners to be a place on the Red Sea, on the Gulf, to actually export and re-export through, with a very competitive incentives. And just lately, the 59 logistics hubs that were announced by His Royal Highness as part of the plan for the logistics hubs in Saudi. And these are also a great opportunities for partnerships and investments. That's just 2 examples, major examples that have been released in 2023, and more to come of the initiatives that we are thinking that it's an opportunity for every serious international and national partners to partner with Saudi Arabia to achieve its targets. Local content, of course, it's an opportunity for whether it's come in maritime industry or others, but in maritime specifically, we have the services, huge opportunities in that area, and also in the manufacturing led by our national champion Sufun, and also with the main players, Zamil Group and others in Saudi Arabia.
Thank you. Thank you, Engineer Suleiman, very much for the effort and showcasing how NIDLIB is pushing forward the localization and the local content. You actually mentioned the risks that might happen in the industry in general or in maritime, and this will drive the discussion to Engineer Ali. What are the risks that are endangering coastal communities and maritime life, and what are the efforts of the center in terms of regulation and plans to safeguard them?
Thank you, Dr. Amim. I think I'm hearing carefully and listen to my colleagues here today. And I think the most outcome that we took today, that there is a many initiatives from everybody, which shows the importance of collaboration that everybody is emphasized on. We agree that an environment as an overall, and marine and coastal ecosystem specifically, is vital to all of us to make sure that we achieve our targets and ambitious strategies. The environment has the support services to all of us, especially in marine and ecosystem, because 70% of world population actually living next to those ecosystems. But definitely there is an economic value from all those natural resources, from food security, water security, tourism, and medicine products and others. From social, definitely it helps really to have the quality of life to our citizens, aesthetic values, and of course recreational value that what Red Sea Authority is trying to achieve. I think the main challenge is how we make sure that with this substantial expansion on all those human activities, we have an adequate compliance. And to that, we work very well to have a very robust, best-in-class laws and regulation. But definitely that's not the main risk that we are facing today. I think the most important thing is, do we plan our activity sustainably? Do we design it sustainably? Do we construct it sustainably? And do we operate it? And we should not forget, do we close those activities sustainably and make sure that we rehabilitate and remain the natural resources and environment after that? I think the most important challenge we face today is actually the fragmentation of the work. Everybody has his own strategy, everybody has own initiative, but without aligning all those efforts together and make sure that we have the right, robust governance, that we work together, we help each other hand by hand to achieve the main target that what we hear today from His Excellency the Minister and today from His Excellency Dr. Rumeh, and definitely our Vision 2030. So for that, part of building the Red Sea sustainability strategy, a national governance being built up to make sure that everybody working together hand in hand put their initiative to protect the marine and coastal lines together to achieve the ambitious that we need. I think, let me announce that with this, with the help of TGA, with that collaboration, we achieved the declaration that contributes significantly to protection of our Red Sea, which is the historic declaration on 5th of July 23 during the International Maritime Organization Environmental Protection Committee, the 8th session, to declare the Red Sea and Gulf of Aden as a special area, and to be effective January 1st, 25. That's a declaration really will lead us actually to focus on environmental sustainability, make sure that whatever economic services we build within that ecosystem, always sustainable and protected our biodiversity.
Thank you very much, Engineer Ali, and for the governors, we actually hope and we wish that this conference would be a sparking for all the entities and the government stakeholders that is here and present in the conference to establish this kind of governance, which I'm sure there is an effort has been going on. But I believe that it is a collective effort from all the stakeholders to have a governance to achieve the sustainability and the Saudi Green Initiative goal. I would leave the floor to the panelists for any final remarks before we close the session. Final remarks or even a promise in 1 minute for the sustainability of maritime. Engineer Mohammed?
Yes. I think the more we go to the future, we will understand that sustainability is not an option. It's a necessity in every economic activity that we are doing. And the more we integrate that since the beginning, the more we fortify and we ensure that our economic activities are approved for the future. We are not designing something for today. We're designing something for even generations who are coming next after us. And they are very conscious about the environment. Let's make sure that we don't give them a world that is full of issues, but give them a world that is full of hope, full of thriving environments,
colorful corals,
full of hope. And this is what we are looking for, and this is the goal that all of us should work on, and I think we are on the right steps in Saudi Arabia. I think Saudi, and I believe in that, in a few years, that will give an example to the world on how a maritime sector can be managed sustainably to add value, but in the same time to protect the environment.
Thank you. Thank you. Engineer Ali?
Yes, I think I will echo what Mohammed is saying is we have to have the hope, but also we have to be conscious or always audit what we are doing. And we have to adapt and be flexible to change fast. We are handling a very fragile environment, and we need to make sure that we work together. And I could say I'm proud really today that I have a very great team that will achieve what we want to do, which is all of you actually. Environmental protection is not the responsibility of the environmental sector, it's the responsibility of everybody. Citizens, NGOs, public, private. So I'm proud really to be part of your team and work together to achieve the ambitious targets that we have.
Thank you. Thank you, Engineer Ali. Thank you very much. Engineer Suleiman?
I believe the positive energy and the international commitment we are seeing in this event shows that we will have a lot of innovative ideas and innovative results that comes out from this great collaborations. My thanks and gratitude to TGA, led by His Excellency Dr. Meh, for such an important event and important timing. And it's already success so far, and we look forward for the outcomes coming from this event.
Thank you, Engineer Suleiman.
Thank you. I don't have a lot to add on my colleagues, but we want to say that we're confident that we're moving in the right direction. A lot of work still ahead of us, but the most important thing again is to work as one unified team, both the private sector and the government, to ensure that this agenda is on top of our priority. And also we have our commitment also to the International Maritime Organization and to our colleagues in the maritime sector globally that we will work together in this important file.
Thank you, Mr. Amar. It's always said that if there is a will, there is a way. And the will is shown from all the government entities and representatives here that we are all willing and we will be working as one team to achieve the sustainability and survive our nation and to bring forward all the possible solutions and projects and strategies to achieve the Green Initiative and to achieve the Vision 2030 set by His Royal Highness Crown Prince. With this, I would thank you very much, our distinguished panelists, for actually being with us, despite knowing that how busy your schedules are. But you spare the time to be with us and to participate in the panel and to share your views and the huge and impressive work and projects has been going on so far. Thank you very much. I would like the crowd to join me in thanking the panelists. And I wish you a very pleasant stay and enjoying the rest of the conference. Thank you very much.
يعطيك العافية.
Thank you.
شكرا ما قصرت.
يعطيكم العافية.
يعطيكم العافية. Very good.
Dear guests, we will have a break for until 1:30 and we will come back. We will have a break, 45 minutes, and we will come back again.
Ladies and gentlemen, the session will start in 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, the session will start in 10 minutes.
اللي كان يعتقد انه والله ارقام كبيره وغير قابله للتحقيق كسرنا اجزاء منها في 2020 وسوف نكسر كثير من هذه الارقام في 2025 مما يعني انه سوف نحقق ارقام اكبر في 2030.
Ladies and gentlemen, the session will start in 5 minutes. Lady. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Jose Mathical, presenting Towards a Sustainable Maritime Future.
Yes. Thank you very much. Good afternoon for all of you to come back from the lunch. Can see many friends here and others who joined. I mean, it's really good to see you because the fact that you came back in time means you are really interested in this topic. And what I promise you is, I can't promise you that I won't put you to sleep because I had prepared a slide presentation for my speech, which apparently the technology doesn't allow to do it here, so I may have to either read the speech or just speak off cuff, which I prefer, the second one. If not, unless you have taken some strong coffees, you might go to sleep. however. I would like to begin just looking in the, one of the slides I have here, I'm so sorry you can't see my slides, but I prepared some beautiful slides of a very old, historical shape wooden rafters, and opposed to that, the very modern, very ultra-modern large container ships. And the reason I put these together was to, if we are looking into sustainability and the future, we cannot just ignore the history. And what the history tells us, we have come a long way. And which also then shows we can also go a long way in the sustainable route. I have a very good friend, Captain Ali. He's close to 90. He still talks a lot whenever I go to him. And he used to tell me all these very old stories, even before his time. And he realized I was getting a bit bored hearing the stories the 10th time. And he said, still there, Jose, this history means a lot. If the essence of shipping still remains the same, it connects the land, it connects the people, we trade goods, and we tell good stories. And that's why I was a sailor all this life. And he also said, let's, the history and the landscape of shipping right now is not just not the reflective, it actually says something that if you are looking into sustainability for the future, this history can give you enough optimism that you can reach there. And I think he has a great message by saying that. Now, let me move on to why sustainability. You heard the whole morning about sustainability. I don't want to repeat this, but why is so important? And again, my slide here, I have one slide, the beautiful Red Sea with all the coral reefs, and on the other side, you can actually imagine a sea full of plastics and a sea full of invasive species, red tides, and oil spills, etc. Such a contrast. And there was one study that shows that, or it says by 2050, if we don't enough, we will have more plastics in the sea than the fish, which could be true. In fact, I was talking to a fisherman when I was in Kerala, that's my home state, last month, and I was talking to him, and he said, look, the whole fishing changed in my state. And he used to go for fishing, and he used to get a lot of fish, but now he says, I'm getting lots of plastic in my net. And apparently there is a whole umbrella of plastics in the coast of Kerala. And he says, okay, should I bring it to the shore? But there is nowhere to sort it. There's no recycling centers. So I just leave it there back into the sea. So I can see his frustrations, although he really wants to do something about it. And also, the economic impacts of these issues are huge as well. Why sustainability is so important for maritime sector. Imagine the invasive species carried by the ship's ballast water, the red tide that can cause. In fact, one of the studies recently that we did on impact of ballast water is goes into hundreds of billions of dollars in terms of economic impacts. I'm sure the same goes with a huge oil spill as well. So sustainability from that point of view is not an option, and it's we have to now start thinking. The problem has been that in the maritime sector, out of sight, out of mind, and that's true. That's very true. If something happens in the roads or in the air or in the rail, it will be in the frontline newspapers the next day. But we don't get to the newspaper unless the Suez Canal is blocked, and that's the reality. So it's a real issue. Now. Let me move to, from that topic, where is IMO standing in all this? And I'm sure many of you in this hall know what IMO does, the UN regulatory body for shipping standards. IMO has been quite proactive when it comes to marine environmental issues. And a classic example being the decarbonization challenge. From the moment that it was brought to IMO countries have been very proactively acting on it, which recently has culminated into that historic GHG strategy adoption, which was significant. And this is one of the examples how IMO is very proactive in looking into the policy and shaping the policy to ensure the maritime sector moves towards sustainability. In fact, that also again reminds me of a little story that I was in Marshall Islands recently, where it's a very flat land, very small, and there was a tsunami warning when I was there. I was a bit scared, but it was taken away. And then I saw a lady, an old lady, sitting by the sea. I can touch the water. I said, "Aren't you worried about sea level rise?" And the whole atoll is basically it's gone. He said, "No, we know that you guys are acting on it. You guys are doing something for it." And I could see the hope in her eyes. I could see the trust in the systems. And I was so happy when this DHA strategy was adopted that at least we got some kind of a reply from the global community that action is being taken. Now, moving on to the same issue of sustainability, one of the major challenges that the industry is facing is decarbonization, as you all know. Obviously, it is a challenge for the industry. Not only decarbonization, it comes on top of the sulfur issues, on top of so many other emerging environmental issues the industry has to struggle with. So decarbonization continues to be a challenge. But the challenge ranges from a need for technologies that I'm sure the next panel will be discussing a lot, the need for new fuels, and of course the need for industry-wide standards, to name a few, of course infrastructure as well. But all these challenges of sustainability also brings an opportunity, and an opportunity to reimagine, an opportunity to reinvent, an opportunity to connect us with the oceans. And I see these challenges from that point of view. Now, there are actually also progress being made in this area of decarbonization. We have already seen completely autonomous electric container ships actually there in the water. I recently met a researcher who was talking so passionately about biofuels and biofuels from marine algae. He is saying, look, why can't our sea be the source of this fuel by making the biofuel from seaweeds? So, very interesting progress in terms of innovation, R&D is happening. And I recently visited some of the universities here, such as KAUST last month, and I was very impressed to see some of the new technologies being trialed here, including carbon capture on board the ship, some very innovative thinking going here. Now, again, we do have the chicken and egg situation where between the demand and supply of the fuels, who is going to do first. And of course, we also have the situation with infrastructure. There won't be probably the infrastructure is not ready for the fuels or the other way around. One example that comes to my mind is from Norway, when initially the ship owners the shipbuilders were reluctant to go into building electric ferries, and the infrastructure side was not ready to do anything about it unless more ferries are there to use them. And here is some of the examples of good government interventions coming in terms of incentives to both sides, and that actually broke that cycle, which is actually a good model for the world. Now, let me just try to focus on the blue economy. I'm sure the next panels will be discussing blue economy as well. It is, it's estimated the blue economy is worth around $24 trillion. It is, I'm sure you'll hear more about blue economy. And the concept of it, it's not about using sea as any more infinite source of resources, but also to use the sea for economic development in a sustainable way. A classic example we heard actually from Red Sea, what is happening here, using Red Sea mainly for tourism, but at the same time preserving the environment. I also heard about studies in Saudi Arabia and the region here looking into coral rehabilitation, where you artificially grow the corals and transfer it so that the corals can come back. In fact, in my room last night, the organizers had kept a little memento that actually showed a 3D printing, a printer of a coral reef that is put in the sea where you attract the fish. Very, very good examples of how a blue economy can be developed and how technologies and research can help it. Now, another important aspect is the maritime circular economy. goes jointly with the blue economy, where everything gets back into the system. And I can't think of a better example where ships are being recycled, for example, in Bangladesh. I mean, if it is rightly done, we do have a good example of a circular economy there. In fact, Bangladesh gets more than 70% of steel consumption from ship breaking, over 1 million jobs. And if things are done correct, again, these kind of maritime circular economies can actually also help us in moving to a sustainable future. Now, let me move quickly on the other topic I want to talk about, the technologies, and I'm sure the expert panel will be discussing about it. But I wish to focus more on the digital technologies, because not many talk about digital technology when it comes to sustainability. In fact, the applications of digital technologies are huge when it comes to sustainability. Talk about artificial intelligence, talk about blockchain, and talk about just-in-time approaches in the ports. The port digital port ship communication can significantly reduce the weighting of the ships and the anchor. In fact, a study showed that we can actually meet a $17 billion in efficiency in the system per annum if you have a good just-in-time approaches in the ports. In fact, one of our studies recently has shown that we can actually reduce up to 14% of the emissions if you have a good just-in-time arrival in the ports. In fact, one of the studies recently showed the return of investment maritime digitalization is up to 270%, and that's huge. And also it says 90% of our operations can be automated. In fact, that is happening now. As I said, we already have autonomous ships in the water. Even machine learning and AI algorithms can actually predict failures of the ships, and that can actually stop the ships being non-operational and reduce a lot of cost. So all these can actually contribute to the sustainable maritime future. I've recently visited the Red Sea ports, and it was extremely impressive to see the digitalization efforts going on in Jeddah and the ports around here. They're using Internet of Things and artificial intelligence and algorithms to make the port more operational efficient, and also the turnaround is much faster. I've recently seen another example where in a shipyard where AR and VR technologies are actually being used to overlay on an actual ship in the yard to make sure that their design is correct. So you can actually, and I thought we got a glimpse of that in the morning when we have a human here on the stage with a digital background, and that was quite impressive. Technology can do wonders. I can't ignore the fact also about, okay, all these technologies are good, but what if you not train our future seafarers? Maybe we have all these fuels, maybe we have all these technologies, but if you don't have seafarers who are trained to do that job, obviously there's already a reluctance to go to sea. Where are we going to end up with? And it's going to be extremely important for our sustainable journey towards. We need to build this capacity. IMO is trying to do its best through our ITCP program, through our World Maritime University and IMLIS, etc. And the results are good, and we can see the improvements being made. Infrastructure, more people are getting trained. So, but we need to do a lot more. In that context, the next wave initiative we signed today with Saudi Arabia is actually about training of seafarers, on cadets on board ship, on Bahri ships, and we really hope that will be a good model, for other countries to follow as well. A few more points and I'll stop. I was told I should reduce my time too. Connecting the global north to the global south. When it comes to sustainability and technologies and innovation, it is extremely important we have mechanisms to connect the global north and the global south. In fact, one example I can think about is Port of Mombasa in Kenya, where the European partners have actually helped the port to become one of the most advanced ports in the eastern side of Africa, increasing the regional trade and also contributing to the technologies such as cold ironing, which they are exploring right now. So such North-South cooperation is extremely important. Also, we can't ignore South-South as well. In fact, it is not just about technology transfer. It is actually sharing of aspirations. It's sharing of ideas. In fact, I was again in Kerala, in Cochin Shipyard, where they built 2 autonomous and electric vessels, and they exported that to Norway. And in a way, that is a South-North cooperation in that sense, which is pretty good to see. Another point I want to emphasize in the sustainable journey is the role of financing. There is a huge challenge of accessing finance if you were to take that journey. This is where the role of the financial institutions come into play. We do need innovative financing. The shipping industry contributes 3 trillion to our economy worldwide, but we do need another 1 trillion if you were to just decarbonize and net zero by 2050. Where is the money going to come from? And this is where it is extremely important that the financial institutions get on the bandwagon of our journey towards sustainability. I have a few more minutes, or I should stop. Okay, 2 more minutes, all right. I couldn't emphasize more, but I think there are good examples. The EU funding program called, I think it's a green shipping initiative, where they are funding modernizing ships and retrofitting with an aim to reduce emissions. The good examples are there. IMO is doing a number of activities when it comes to capacity building and supporting the idea of no one should be left behind. We heard about the glow fouling, the glow litter, and the glow noise projects that IMO is doing, which Saudi Arabia is also contributing. Some of the examples of how we are trying to help the developing countries so that no one is left behind. One specific project I would like to highlight is the Global Maritime Technology Cooperation Centers, the MTCCs. We have one in Pacific, one in Asia, one in Africa, one in Caribbean, one in Latin America. These are the centers of excellence that we have created with the EU funding, which is expected to help the regions to help with the sustainability projects and technologies. I think that maybe the region should consider such a similar center in Red Sea as well. And my last point is partnership is the key. Without partnerships, we cannot achieve anything. In fact, IMO, we have actually reached more than 100 partnerships right now in the last few years, and our resource mobilization efforts have reached up to $100 million as a grant funding right now going into the countries to help with this transition to a greener future of the maritime sector. And my, with that, let me conclude just to give a bits and pieces of some of the important aspects of sustainability. I'm sure the panel speakers will dive deep into these aspects, and you hold the anchor. You have the vision, you have the expertise, and I'm sure the audience will really benefit from your wisdom. The only thing I can think of is, when we see this, the maritime journey, when we are at this confluence of history and the future, when we are at the confluence of, the challenges and opportunities, we are right now there in the crossroads there. It is like, we setting sail in a vast, very, very stormy and difficult seas out there. But the winds of the change is strong, but all what we can do is start the sail and set the compass and move towards it. And all of you here in this room have the capacity, the power to do it. You are the real champions, and we would like to hear more from the panel speakers. Allow me to thank TGA for inviting IMO to be here and being with you. Thank you very much, and I hope I didn't take too much of time. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second panel discussion, New Technologies and Alternative Fuels. Our panelists are Engineer Khalid Al-Hammad, Gareth Burton, Professor James Turner, Chris Vedat, and our moderator is Dr. Hussein Basi.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody, and thanks to TGA for giving us the opportunity to be here and share the experience of the speakers we are having in here. And since we're going to talk about more and deeper information about how we can make the maritime industry more into sustainability, we would love to hear that from our speakers, and I will be more than happy to have that opportunity to ask them a couple of questions, and then I would love them to introduce themselves, starting from Engineer Khalid.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum jami'an. Good afternoon to you all. Thank you very much for the invitation to TGA and the other sponsors. I'm sure if my microphone is working, you can hear me. My name is Khalid Al-Hammad. So it's a very short career. Started in 1990 in Saudi Aramco as a technician, and then moved on to become an engineer and continued with Aramco working for the Ras Al Noura Terminal Department. September 2002, left, joined in November of the same year, Vela International Marine. That was my introduction to the maritime industry. So Vela was the shipping arm of Saudi Aramco. Started there in the shipbuilding side and grew. I spent 6 years in Korea building ships, basically doing the inspection, supervising. It was quite an interesting time. And then continued as technical manager. Merger happened with Bahri 2014. Then I went through the ranks from fleet manager all the way to now as the president of the company. And I'm very happy to be here with you.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
And then we go to Mr. Gareth here.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Gareth Burton. I'm currently the Vice President of Technology for ABS, the Classification Society. I'm based in Houston, Texas. I've been with the organization now for just over 20 years. I've held various roles, from an engineering role to various business development related roles in the United States, in Singapore, and in Mexico during that time. Very pleased to be here today and discuss the topic of sustainability and new technologies.
Thank you, Mr. Gareth. And then we go to Professor James.
Hello, welcome everyone. My name is Jamie Turner. I'm a professor in the Mechanical Engineering Department at KAUST, just up the coast. My specialization is engines and fuels and the co-optimization of those two things. I started actually in the auto industry, and that's where I spent most of my life. Always worked on engines. I moved into academia in 2015 and moved to KAUST 2 years ago. So the good thing about engines is the science and the laws and everything apply no matter what the scale. So I can bring what I learned working on light duty over to heavy duty, and I have some work going on in that area now.
Thank you, Professor James. And then we go to Mr. Chris.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Vedat. I'm the Head of Technology and Logistics for P&O Maritime Logistics, based in Dubai. P&O Maritime is a vessel operator, operating over 420 vessels in the offshore industry and the port services industry. I've had a long career in the marine industry, over 20 years. Started at United Arab Shipping Company, moving through various positions. Then moved into the offshore industry with a company called Topaz, and then later took over the role of Head of Technology and Logistics at P&O Maritime Logistics.
Many thanks, and I'm pretty sure this panel is going to share a lot of technical and non-technical information, starting with Engineer Khalid. In terms of advancement in technology, I'm pretty sure Bahri has something on, to share us with what exactly you're looking for, how you're adopting new technologies to make sure that sustainability is there in the maritime industry.
Well, just to be very clear, we are in the shipping industry, and I'm talking about Bahri basically has a large fleet of ocean-going vessels. So we do not deal with offshore support vessels that are territorial. So if somebody talks to me of autonomous vessels, that doesn't work for us, Dr. Jose. You know, a VLCC cannot be autonomous at the moment. Having said that, technology is very slow in the ocean-going vessels, just to be very clear, unlike the airplanes and cars where they advance normally fast. And one of the reasons for that is investment. It's you know, you need heavy investments in technology to go into the shipping, and shipping has always been the small common denominator when it comes to transportation. And we do transport about 90% of the economy globally. But nevertheless, things have progressed over time. Now, there is soft technology and there is hard technology, and there is digitalization at the same time. On the hard technology, there has been a number of advancements in terms of the reduction of fuel consumption. A very large crude carrier that was built back in 2005, 2008, you know, consumed something like 65, 70 tons per day. With all of the changes in the naval architecture and improvements from the shipyard, technologies have reduced that level of fuel consumption now to almost 45, 50 tons a day on a VLCC. That's on the hard part. There are also additional devices that you can add to the vessel that can reduce the fuel consumption. And in essence, when you do that, you're reducing your carbon footprint. On the soft technology and digitalization, not a lot of companies look at that, but there are changes that are happening in the industry. And when we talk about digitalization, there are a number of platforms out there that we have adopted. You know, we've started back in 2015, looking at what technologies are available to basically see what the ships are doing remotely, because the vessels are far away, thousands of kilometers, and the only interaction you have with those ships is an email that they sent you with updates, or an ERP or a planned maintenance system that they update every noontime, you know, once a day. So we looked at the different platforms. We managed to adopt certain platforms to the level that we've started back in 2020, where we can now have a digital copy of the ship. So now we have a center, a performance center that we have in our main office and the operation, and they have about visibility about 50% of our fleet where they adopted that technology, and they can see everything that's happening. Not only they can read the different parameters of pressures and temperatures and all of these readings from the engine and from the bridge, they can see the radars. They also have cameras that they can see what's happening on the main deck and inside the bridge as well. And with that, the system as well has a small AI that can actually continuously read and builds up a database over 6 months, where then eventually if it sees an abnormal behavior on the ship in terms of equipment, it alerts us. And that has been an amazing added value to us, because we heavily depend on the people calling us and the technical superintendent in the office then escalating if there's an issue. Now the system is alerting us, and we have a center that they receive these alerts and they immediately react on them. So it's a very proactive system. This is just an example of having a digital system that provides you with a digital copy of the vessel. But there are many technologies as well that will improve the performance of the people on board. Right. We have a lot of people that are using checklists. Now we're looking at electronic checklists, for example. Yes. And if I have the opportunity, I'll talk about the hard side of the technology later on.
Many thanks for such a great introduction on what exactly is happening in Bahri, and I'm glad that you put it in this beautiful way, that we have hard technology and we have soft technology, and that brings us to Mr. Gareth here about these, maybe it's the hard technology that is related to fuel alternatives that we have so far. So how can we adopt with different types of fuels that we are going to use in our ships in maritime system?
Sure, I can certainly speak to that and maybe bounce off a few of the ideas that you talked about yourself. One way to frame it is to think about the various options that are out there. We can frame it in terms of the alternative fuels, the new technologies, and then the efficiencies that can be gained. And sometimes putting it into those three boxes at least helps me organize my thoughts a little bit. When I think about the alternative fuels, I've seen it estimated that somewhere in the 70% range of the gains that can be achieved will be achieved through the alternative fuels, and that other 30% is gained through the technology and through the operational efficiencies that you talked about. When we think about the fuels, obviously there's a short-term activity, there's a medium-term activity, and a longer-term activity. So some of those fuels that are suitable in the shorter term, obviously LNG is currently being used and certainly is seeing significant attention being paid to that. Other fuels in the shorter term are fuels like methanol and biofuel that offer potential applications out there, and certainly I'm sure we'll hear some words on that from an engine perspective in terms of the developments there. Then when we move into the medium term, there's the potential for fuels like ammonia to come to the front, and then the longer term, maybe hydrogen, and even in some circles there's discussion about nuclear as a potential solution.
Right,
out there.
right. So since you mentioned a couple of different types of fuel there, maybe that's going to lead us to Professor James to see. I don't know. It seems like methanol is the one that we are relying the most on right now, or and is it the best option we have, or we are having better options?
Well, there are several options. I guess it depends on how you're going to make the biofuel or the renewable fuel. Methanol at least has the advantage that it's the most easily synthesized liquid energy carrier that we've got from CO2. And it is a very efficient fuel when you put it in the right type of combustion system. I think if we think in terms of how we get down to zero carbon emissions, you really can only do that by the fuel if you've still got a combustion engine, because you can't make the combustion engine infinitely efficient, obviously. The different fuels have different peculiarities, shall I say. Methanol's not a particularly good compression ignition fuel, but as long as you've got something that will set it off in the engine, then that's okay. Those technologies exist on very large scales. There are dual fuel methanol diesel engines on the seas now. There are also technologies from MAN for large two-stroke diesels where basically they have variants of the engines that will burn anything, as far as I can see. So the technologies are there one way or another. So we can get there, get a long way to decarbonisation by fuel change with the technologies that we have at the moment. Some of them are more easily retrofittable than others. And I think we have to be aware that this is a journey. The ships last a long time, but we have to be thinking about, well, what would the ideal be if we've got a clean sheet of paper 20, 30 years in the future? We need to be working on new propulsion systems with optimized fuels together now to deliver them when we need them.
Right, right. That's really beautiful. We have alternatives. We have several options. But sometimes we want to put the artificial intelligence in the equation, as Engineer Khaled mentioned, that we are having hard technology and soft technology, and that brings us to you, Mr. Chris, about artificial intelligence. What is gonna, what's the capacity that artificial intelligence can help us with to improve energy consumption, sustainability in maritime system?
I think it has great applications at this point. I think the hard technologies and soft technologies have a real interesting swing. In as much as I think hard technologies require higher capital investment and takes longer to implement. I think the reality of the situation today is that shipyard space, supply chain issues, deploying harder technologies is a time-consuming activity. So looking towards digitization of soft technologies is a real short-term solution for sustainability. And AI and ML has a lot to play with that. I know it gets used a lot as a buzzword nowadays, but it does actually have practical applications. One example is sort of route optimization. So if you look at AI using artificial intelligence, taking data, I think is also the key point from the vessels, looking at sort of telemetric data, looking at route patterns, you're able to start optimizing cargo delivery. So I'm from the offshore industry. So from an offshore perspective, we have rigs, we have fields. Today, it's a very siloed industry. It doesn't look at the holistic distribution of cargo. It operates in a very siloed methodology. With AI, using data, you can start looking at it very holistically and start planning route optimization, looking at the best speed to get to a certain rig, looking at the most optimal economic speed to get into the shore base. It was mentioned earlier that just-in-time shipping can have a significant saving on fuel. We don't actually do that very well today if we look at it in the industry. So using AI, we're able to then start being able to look at it in a greater detail and execute more efficiently. So I think one of the key things is not just the technology, but also the operating models that need to be looked at as well. Because today, I think we work in a very sort of archaic methodology. I think we need to be very open to having new processes to also enable this as well. So not just sort of technologies, but also processes need to be looked at as well.
Nice, nice. I'm glad that you're talking about artificial intelligence and the way you present it now in terms of, you know, as far as I understand, when we talk about artificial intelligence, we need to have, you know, a big horizon of data collected. And that thing, I remember that I put that in the standards that I prepared for TGA in terms of efficiency and all of that. And to get back to that point, I'm pretty sure we have to have different types of data for different types of fuel as well. And this brings us to Engineer Khalid here regarding the initiatives that Bahri has for alternative fuel. I'm pretty sure you put that into your considerations in a way or another. We would love to hear from you how alternative fuel is something that in the equation as a variable there.
I hope the Ministry of Energy are not here. I start speaking, but just a joke. Alternative fuel is coming because it's a requirement. At the end of the day, as a ship owner operator, such as P&O as well, you have to follow the guidelines of the IMO. So the IMO greenhouse gases guidelines are pushing the shipping industry to reduce their carbon footprint. And using the existing fuel, it's quite difficult unless you add certain things to it or make changes to it. So there's a number of alternative fuels out there that hopefully will help us into reaching to the IMO goals and requirements. The most obvious for me, I mean, you know, ABS was just talking about this, is LNG. LNG is tried and tested. The bunkering is available worldwide. It has been there for a long time. It used to be used as top-up gas from the LNG carriers. It runs through the main engine. So a large number, I think, of the new building fleet that is happening globally, I'm not talking Bahri specifically, they will have this as an alternative fuel, and that will be one of the things that we will be looking at. In fact, for the past year now, we have been working with ABS, you know, the other classification societies such as Lloyd's and DMV, to design the specification for our future vessels. So they are helping us in the looking at all of the different modes in using LNG, when and how and what capacity, because it's a very expensive investment. That's why I was talking about hard. We're talking for a VLCC north of $15 million to install an LNG plant on board the VLCC. Now the other fuels you talked about, methanol. Methanol might work for specific profiles. If you have vessels moving within Europe, methanol might be there because, again, the bunkering is an issue of the availability of methanol. We might have methanol because Sabic, which owns part of Bahri Chemical, produces methanol. So we can carry methanol as a cargo and use it at the same time as a fuel. That's one thing we can look at. There's a lot of buzz and talk about ammonia. But I have to caution you, as a ship owner and operator, ammonia is extremely corrosive and it's very poisonous. So those ships are not a mechanical machine that doesn't have humans on board. We have people on board, and the number one issue for us is the safety of the people on board. So I'm very cautious about ammonia. You know, if I have the full authority, I will not adopt ammonia, to be very clear, because of that corrosiveness and the issues that it has on the people. Hydrogen is something that we might be collaborating soon with others, but that's very useful, again, for ships or small vessels that are close to the coast, because hydrogen requires a large volume to produce the same amount of energy when you have in diesel or heavy fuel. So these are a number of areas that we're looking at. Carbon capture, we're working with KAUST on carbon capture, where we can continue using the fossil fuels and then having carbon capture. And, you know, there's other different types of carbon capture. There's pre-combustion and there's post-combustion we were looking at as well. And that's going to take some time until we reach there. I'm quite interested actually, since I'm here with ABS, to ask about nuclear, because I think 30 years from now, a small molten salt nuclear plant might become, you know, on commercial vessels. And I think ABS are working with the, you know, the energy department within the US. So I hope if you can help us out with that as well.
Right.
That's what I have from my side. Yeah.
Maybe SMR or something, I don't know. But since you're referring
I asked this question, I would like to hear something from him. So.
Well, since ABS is here, and I'm glad that you pointed out that since you're talking from P&L point of view, and we want to make sure that in case if you want to adopt any technology, it's not because of the beauty of the technology itself as much as how much money we're going to invest in that technology, what's the ROI, what's the payback period, and so on. So I'm pretty sure there is kind of like a techno-economical assessment. Maybe ABS, Mr. Gareth, can help us out to shed some light on how exactly we select technologies in maritime industry. That covers everything even Engineer Khalid talked about here. MashaAllah, Engineer Khalid, when he talks, he gave us like a high spectrum of different things and made it, you know, helpful for us to guide out this
That's
panel.
the pain of a ship owner operator. Sorry.
Certainly, I can say a few comments on the technology aspects and the technology assessment portion of it. Great points, by the way. Certainly those topics that you hit on, the carbon capture as an example, very interesting technology, both the pre and the post combustion aspects, as you talked about. That technology still maturing quite a bit, but if that comes to the forefront, there's certainly great potential for that to allow the continuation of the internal combustion engines and stretch out that life cycle as much as possible. And I can certainly circle back and talk about the nuclear aspects as well. Back to your question on the technology aspects and the technology assessment portion of it. Clearly, as an industry, we're in a challenging time with criteria set for decarbonization with no simple solution that fits all vessels across all operational profiles, as we've talked about. Obviously, the 15 minutes that we've been on the stage up here, we've talked about maybe a dozen solutions thus far, and there's no one clear, simple solution as of yet. It's going to be very much a tailored solution to specific vessels and to specific operations. With regard to the technology assessment, really there's a number of levels that the technology needs to be assessed at. One is the viability for the particular application itself, and one of the ways that we assist our ship owners and operators that we're dealing with is really to ask the questions of why are they looking at that technology? Is it for commercial gain? Is it for emission reductions? Or is it for some other focus? And that really helps drive the point to understand why that technology has been considered. Then the other aspect is looking at the technology itself and looking at the readiness of that technology. How mature is it? Some of the concepts that we see, if we take carbon capture as an example, there's some companies out there that have developed carbon capture systems that are very early in their design cycle, almost at a concept level design. There's others that are moving through the process, and it's important to take a step back to really assess that technology, assess the risks that brings to operations, to be able to identify the new elements that are being brought to the table and those elements that are simply repeats of technology that's being used elsewhere. And then based on that information can allow that techno-economic analysis that you talked about to be done to assess the commercial viability of it.
Right. Well, you know what, Gareth, one of the beauty about conferences is that you start meeting old friends and new friends as well. So I was sitting there in the previous session, and a couple of old and new friends came from Ministry of Energy and KKR, since you are asking about Energy. And they mentioned something about alternative fuel technologies and all of these things, and I'm pretty sure it's something that you put into your consideration, and that led me to Professor James to add more information about that, such as, when we are going to adapt, and I promised them to ask this question, by the way, when we are going to adapt any different type of alternative fuel, are we going to replace the conventional engines we are having now, or this is something that is far away from being true?
Yeah, that's a really interesting question. I'd just like to pick up on something that you say, because you talked about a silver bullet. And I think you often hear in all kinds of transportation, there is no silver bullet. And just an observation, I think if you step back and think about it for a minute, that's because the internal combustion engine running on liquid fuels has been a silver bullet for all of our transportation needs. and sort of, I know there's no real definition for this, but it's really difficult to imagine replacing a silver bullet with only one thing. So we have to be aware that whatever we do now is going to cost more money. Yeah?
Right.
Now, as long as you keep track of the desire to reduce the amount of CO2 in the atmosphere or minimize the release, that's what you want. You have to accept it's going to be more expensive. Now, there's obviously loads of sunk assets in maritime. Changing the engines wholesale is obviously not going to work. So really, for the existing fleet, you've got to think that carbon neutral liquid drop-in fuels would be really what we want. Yeah, that's the only way you can keep everything cost-wise, at least on a vessel level, the same. Yeah, your operating cost is going to go up because your fuel's going to get more expensive. But that's the only way you can really imagine that. There are things that you can do if you're prepared to get your tools out and start working on the engines. Yes, we can make modifications, but a lot of those will take quite some time, and a lot of those are unworkable for really, really big engines. So that's what goes back to something I said earlier on. You've got to start thinking about thinking into the future and sort of future-proofing your ships to be able to take different types of fuels, or maybe for the engines to be modified when they're in the ship with the least possible hassle, shall we say, at some point in the future. So I mentioned the large two-stroke engines with their dual fuel operation. Essentially the engine's the same. You change the fuel system and you can change the type of fuel that the ship runs on. Yes, it's pilot ignition, so you still have some fossil carbon emissions, but that gives you some flexibility as well as some. You're not backing yourself into a corner with regards to what you've built and put on the sea. So I think we are going to have engines well into the future, to answer your question. There's not really a practical alternative at the moment for very large vessels sailing a long way. So engines will stay. And I think in the maritime industry, that'll be the place where they stay for longest. I mean, political will is to do away with them in light duty and try and do away with them in trucks. It gets more difficult the longer the journeys and the more power that you need, obviously. So I think we will have engines. We just need to future-proof them. But then we also, as I said earlier, we need to start thinking about new propulsion systems, which will be more efficient and will allow easier sequestration of CO2 if we have fuels which carry carbon. So the high meth ship project in Europe is quite interesting. So you use methanol and essentially you reform it, you put hydrogen through the engine, you store the CO2. And then you recycle the CO2 to make more methanol to put back in the ship. Yes, obviously onshore with all of that, but that's an interesting aspect. And there, if you think about that, you can actually do that much more efficiently with certain types of high-temperature fuel cell. So I think in 50 years' time, we may well have reactor-driven ships, but we may also have ships with high-temperature fuel cells. Not the same as we have in a few cars. Those are low-temperature fuel cells, but right. Fuel cells which will run on hydrocarbon fuels, and we can separate the CO2.
Mm-hmm. Well, since you mentioned something about the transitional roadway that we are going to have till the 15 years that are done, so it's not going to be done. We're going to keep going and improving the system for sure. And I'm pretty sure Engineer Khaled here has some question in his mind related to if we are going to retrofit what we have here, even in a small portion of it, that's going to bring up something related to the maintenance and the issue of the maintenance. And in this case, to make things easier, I'm pretty sure Chris can help us out to utilize artificial intelligence to do some preventive maintenance things. Is this something can be done with what Professor James added here in terms of retrofitting and improving our ships?
I think what's mentioned is that there has to be a realization that longevity of equipment is going to need to be maintained for a couple of reasons. I think from a capital expenditure perspective, no one wants to start doing mass replacements. Also, we don't actually know what we're going to replace it with yet, and no one's willing to take a gamble at this stage and start on a massive retrofitting project without a clear path forward on what would be the engine and the fuel of the future. So I think the maintenance or the maintaining of the assets is becoming more and more critical. Assets are aging, that's a fact. There's not a lot of new ships being built, certainly in the offshore industry, so maintaining those assets becomes imperative. And then that's where you start looking at data and AI in order to improve the maintenance program. So, you know, you have reactive maintenance when things break down, you have predictive maintenance, then you have condition-based maintenance. There's all various different maintenance models, and you probably know them better than I would, yeah? But certainly using data nowadays has become far more the norm than it was historically. I think COVID certainly accelerated that because it became far more difficult to access the vessels, so we had to do a lot more remotely, and that accelerated digitization programs, certainly from our perspective. Fortunately, P&O had already embarked on a program before that, so it made it easier to do so during COVID. But I think lots of other shipping companies have taken that stance as well. So data from the vessels has become far more the norm. I think putting that data into sort of machine learning models, into AI models to start looking at predictive maintenance is something that certainly happens, which is also coupled with IoT technology. So it's not about just getting the data, it's getting good data, real-time data. So various IoT technologies can help that. From our perspective, we've invested in a couple of IoT technologies. So vibration analysis, which is obviously a tried and tested methodology. We also use lube oil analysis, which is monitoring the lube oil of the vessels, of the various equipment on board the vessel, which has given us sort of soot content, metal particle content, water dilution. So adding all these various different data components together, because it's not just one thing. I think in order to get a complete maintenance model, it's like the pieces of a puzzle. So you start piecing the puzzle together. The more pieces you put together, the better clarity you get on a maintenance model. So using that, using AI, we're able now to actually better predict failures of equipment, which I think is something we all would like to do, because if you can plan or predict a failure, it becomes far less costly to mitigate it. So instead of being very reactive, a good example is actually we had a vessel operating in the UAE. One of the thrusters was taking on water. So we were able to identify that very early, and then we were able to mitigate that by dehumidifiers while the vessel was still operating, purely because the technology was able to tell us, alert us that it was happening, and also monitor the progress of that resolution until completion. So I think realistically that is the way forward. I think one of the other good advantages nowadays is that communication on board the vessels has become far improved. So traditionally, you know, FBB, very low bandwidth, VSAT started to improve that, but because it was very costly. Then the introduction of 4G and 5G technologies enabled greater speeds, but at a lower cost, but was very much coastal. I think the next wave of like LEO or MEO technology, which is, you know, low Earth orbiting technology, that will greatly improve the accessibility of connecting to the vessel and drawing this data off. Because to date, you've got a problem with the amount of data that needs to come off in order to create these models in AI and in machine learning. So you have sort of edge processing, which is doing it on board the vessel, but that's quite limited. With the greater speeds of communication that are coming on play now and the technologies that are there, taking this information off, putting it into a more accurate model, then feeding that back to the vessel will greatly improve maintenance plans and other applications as well.
Great, great. It has been always a question to me that the more we rely on data exchange, the more we are stressing the infrastructure of communication, but the way you put it is that it's not going to be an issue as much as we are improving the infrastructure as well with different technologies to help out with the artificial intelligence performance. And that brings me to the industry, Engineer Khalid. Now, we've seen a couple of technologies that our gentlemen here are talking about, whether we are talking about hard technology, soft technology, and so on. And actually, the way you put things, you know, when we started off this panel, is telling us that you know, Bahari has something implemented or initiatives that it's going on the way right now and progressing. And it seems like it has a really great impact on your business. Is there any way that you can give us an example of one of the initiatives that Bahari has?
I talked at the beginning when I said the digitalization. That has impacted our business. Not only it's only going to grow. when we have that huge amount of data that's streaming now every 15 seconds from the fleet to the office, where we can monitor, we can predict the same as what you just spoken of. Actually, recently, for example, one of the alerts we've received is that we've, the system was telling us there's an issue on the air compressor on one of your chemical tankers because it's abnormally starting too many times than usual. And if you leave it as it is, and we've had previous breakdowns when we did not have the system, it's cost you $15,000 to repair in terms of spare parts. So now we have that alert, we immediately start to action it. So you talk to the superintendent, you talk to the vessel, saying do something about it. So that's an example of the digital technology that we have moved in, and AI will only help us as we go along. It's just trying to find the right tool, the right application, the processes to use AI, and probably the right supplier as well, And these things, they're not going to be cheap. But other things that we have been doing in the past, other than, of course, looking at the future and looking at what kind of alternative fuels or any other things that we're going to do to meet the IMO requirements and sustainability in general, is that back as well, almost 10 years ago, we've looked at what other things we can install on the vessel to reduce its fuel consumption. The biggest cost that you have in a voyage is the fuel consumption, especially if you're looking at a large VLCC. And we were fortunate, we've looked at different fuel-saving devices, and they are not cheap, they're expensive. And I'll give you an example. We've installed on a large number of our VLCCs the MEVIS duct. And the MEVIS duct basically improves the movement of the water to the propeller, so that makes the vessel more efficient. Another piece of equipment we have installed is the Bose cap fin. It's something that's installed on the propeller as well to reduce the wake of the propeller when it's moving. Some technologies are also included in chemistry. For example, paint. There's a lot of improvements in paint, and the hull of the vessel is the biggest area that basically creates friction for the ship. That also, affects your fuel consumption. So we have been experimenting with different hull coatings. We've generally, every time we have a class of vessel going to dry dock, we do take samples and we do batches of paint on the hull and monitor the performance over 3 years. And we have been doing this now for the last 7-8 years, when we have managed to apply high-performance coating on the hull to reduce the fuel consumption. These are very expensive coatings, and the application itself is not cheap, because on some instances you have to do a full hull blasting. I'm talking too technically here, but it's an expensive system that you have to apply. Overall, with all of the things that we are doing, especially on the reduction of fuel consumption, we have seen a very good reduction in fuel consumption. We're looking from 3 to 5%. Just to make it normal. There is no doubt, as soon as the vessel leaves the dry dock, when you have done this, there's a huge improvement in the fuel consumption. That's just normal. In time, things change because the condition of the vessel that goes through changes. But the investments we have done now, since back 2014 and 15, have really saved us about 5% of fuel consumption. And that's a lot of money. For a VLCC, we're talking about $300,000 per year or something like this in dollars.
Wow.
Yeah. So these are some of the examples that we're doing.
Nice. Based on the technology and the emerging technology for sustainability and fuel efficiency, as you mentioned now, Engineer Khalid, that they rely on different disciplines, and it's going to be, even with implementing those technology right away, if we have them, it's going to be really costly. So I'm pretty sure, or usually that's what we do, in the academia or anywhere else, we rely on different tools, simulation tools and something like that, just to make sure that we don't jump and try like in the very classical way as, Thomas Edison or something like that. They keep trying and trying and trying. ABS, for example, since they mentioned something about the TRL, technology readiness level, and all of these things, you can share with us, is there any simulation tools or something that can make things easier for Engineer Khalid, rather than just implement it and then lose more and more until we find the proper technology, that we can rely on simulation tools or any tool that can be buffering between the TRL levels?
Sure. I can certainly talk to that topic. As we heard, lots of different options out there for a vessel to potentially use, whether it's some duct device installed on the hull coatings, or equipment on board the vessel itself, including the one word that we haven't mentioned today, I don't think, is electrification, We haven't talked about that potential. Again, suitable for some types of vessels and some specific operations, not the magic bullet that will work for everything. But when we take all those different energy-saving devices and options and put them on the table, there's a large array of items out there to look at. And it's a very complex challenge to be able to compare the benefits from one particular device to another type of approach, whether it's electrification versus putting ducts on board, as an example. So simulation tools provide that opportunity to have a larger picture view of the situation, to compare the different technologies that are available and to do an assessment of one technology versus another. Or not only that, if we add various technologies to a vessel, what would that cumulative effect be? It's not necessarily 2 + 2 = 4 in terms of when we add these devices on board. So the simulation tools give that opportunity and provide a window to give a broader view to understand those implications.
How accurate are those simulation softwares? Because sometimes they're not pretty much close to the real life, right?
Again, like all models, it depends on the accuracy of the input that's put into it. So with robust data that's put into it, that allows that simulation to provide more robust output.
Right. That reminds me of one time I was using one of those simulation softwares, which I rely on heavily in my field in electronics and all of these things. So, the circuit was working very well, in the simulation. But when we implemented, that didn't happen because of some factors that weren't in the simulation software. I'm pretty sure now they improved that simulation software to cover that type of malfunction in the circuit. So, but it's a really great start. I wouldn't build my circuit without doing the simulation first, and this is going to save me a lot of money and time and effort as well. And sometimes I've heard that now it's used in the troubleshooting a lot before doing the experiment itself. But you know what? There's something that you mentioned, Engineer Khalid, if I want to get back to this. It's about ammonia. You don't advocate for ammonia.
I have an issue. So go ahead.
Yeah, and we have to get back to this topic. Yeah. But since we heard, your opinion on that, maybe Professor James here has something else to add about ammonia. What do you have, Professor James, about that?
Okay, I've spent my entire last bit of my working career promoting methanol, so I'll put my hands up to that. And everybody used to throw the toxicity thing at me. And you could counter that, it's about as toxic as gasoline or diesel oil or anything, so don't drink it a different way, but nevertheless, so maybe that's being a bit flippant, but it's a liquid. You put it, it stays where you put it. As long as the container has 5 sides, it'll stay where it is. I can't let ammonia have a free pass at all. It's a toxic gas, as well as all the other problems it has. And on top of that, it's terrible in a combustion system. It doesn't really want to burn. We have to make it burn. As far as I can see, ammonia has one crushing benefit, and that is it doesn't contain a carbon atom. And everything else is disastrous. I'll admit a certain degree of bias for that. But methanol has everything going for it. Its big disadvantage is it contains a carbon atom.
Okay.
So if I can develop the technologies to cope with that, I'd take methanol every day.
Is there any way that we can utilize ammonia in a different way other than, for example, the bulk?
Yeah, you can use dual fuel arrangements. We're doing work looking at burning both ethanol or methanol with ammonia to help overcome some of the terrible combustion problems of ammonia by supplementing it with the fantastic combustion capabilities of the light alcohols. Right. So yeah, you can do dual fuel things, but put dual fuel. Operators don't really want dual fuel. It's just a complication on anything.
We just have to.
Yeah, we're probably going to have to do something like that.
But when we are going to store, for example, hydrogen, as we are talking about, it's going to be in a form of ammonia. I mean, is there any other cheaper and practical way for that other than ammonia? I don't know.
It's a good way of storing hydrogen, but then equally. Until you come to want to use it. And you could say, well, another good way of storing hydrogen is to attach it to carbon atoms. It only becomes problematic when you want to use it. And hydrogen itself is, we're looking, obviously doing a lot of work on hydrogen because it has this advantage of no carbon atom. That's a big thing, but it's really good in a combustion system. But my word, the safety implications of hydrogen are completely different to ammonia. You know, I heard this phrase once, hydrogen is an angry gas. It just wants to go off. You know,
yeah, but if I can add something, there is something for every application. Sure. And this is what I started when I said we have ocean-going vessels, because hydrogen might be very nice for small taxi boats, for example. They would be fantastic. Just can't get enough hydrogen on a VLCC to run the vessel. So there is definitely, you know, you can apply it to certain...
The other problem is you will need, for an ocean-going vessel, liquid hydrogen for the energy content.
Yeah.
And that means that, you know, the littoral ships will be using pressurized hydrogen probably, so you need two infrastructures. One, you know, depending on what size of ship is going to be using the...
Exactly.
And that.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
And then the other aspect to deal with would be the whole bunkering portion of it as well. Yes. That part of the cycle, which would have to be explored. And there's quite a few studies going on across the fuels, the methanol, ammonia, and hydrogen on that topic. But that's still an area to be fully resolved.
Yeah. I'm working on a white paper, if I call it so, to utilize hydrogen in different areas. But I'm not going to share anything right now until I'm done with that.
You can do it on cars. I think that would be fine.
But you know, I can guarantee to you that once I have really great results, I will share it with you, gentlemen, before the audience. You know, since you have the privilege now, you know, sharing your information here. There's one promise that you know, I left out with one of a friend of mine was talking about offshore operation. And I promised him that I will bring up this question. And since, Chris, we didn't hear from you about that, the offshore industry, there's a consumption there. There's a high cost that is associated with any retrofitting, sustainability in the offshore. So what do you suggest, or how can we have that pain associated with offshore industry less and less, and even mitigated, and if there's a way for it?
I think, like you said, there is going to be a struggle with retrofitting vessels, and again, we still don't know what the way forward is there. So I think certainly from an offshore perspective, it is about changing the operating model. And when I say that, today in the offshore industry, we are just charterers. So the IOCs, the NOCs of these wells charter the vessel from us, and we have no operational control over that vessel. They are controlling that vessel, and we are literally just a hire car company with a driver, in essence, in its most rawest, simplest form. That then doesn't give us the incentive in order to optimize fuel efficiency, as an example, or operational efficiency. So in my mind, the operating model needs to change to put the onus on the people actually operating the vessel. In that way, we're incentivized in order to do so. Today, as I mentioned, it's more about the vessel. I think it needs to be more about the cargo. So move it away from just being a car hire company or a vessel hire company, more to a cargo delivery company. So focusing more on the distribution of cargo, then using the technologies that are available. We've talked about AI and data, but using those technologies that are available today in order to optimize cargo delivery, which is not a new thing. You know, the FedExes, the DHLs, these wells have been doing this for years. If you could imagine today, so if you take a typical offshore vessel, on average, 55% of the back deck is utilized in an offshore vessel. If you could imagine a FedEx truck only utilizing 55% of its van, they wouldn't be in business. Even in the liner industry, if you had a container vessel that was only 55% full, they would be out of business. But this is actually how we operate today in the offshore industry. So that alone, if we were to optimize and maximize the utilization of the assets, would have a sustainability impact, because you're utilizing less vessels, so then you're maximizing the vessel total utilization. So I think practically, and those are things that we can do today. That doesn't require retrofitting. It doesn't include massive investment. It just is a mindset change. And I think that becomes a practical application then, coupled with technology. So we at P&O have been promoting this model. So we call it offshore logistics, and it's the division I'm in charge of. So we are promoting, utilizing or optimizing the vessels to 100%. We talk about vessel sharing. So we have a flex delivery model. Instead of a vessel being exclusively for one customer, we share that vessel among multiple customers, ultimately then utilizing more of the back deck. We use sort of AI technology with all the data feeding from the vessels to optimize cargo delivery. So we ensure that when the vessel hits the 500-meter zone, it isn't waiting around the 500-meter zone. It's looking at all the various sim-op activities, crew transfers. It's ensuring it reaches the 500-meter zone when it needs to reach there and doesn't have any idle time. So if you have to slow steam, you're steaming slower because you're getting real-time data in order to do so. Same if you're going back to the shore base or the quayside. It's not going to wait for a berth. It knows when to get to the quayside because it's the system is telling it when to do so. Mm-hmm. That alone has huge savings from a fuel perspective, which then obviously then results in a CO2 saving as well. So I think, in my mind, those from an offshore perspective, those are the industry changes that we can make that would have an impact today.
Mm-hmm. And I think that as Dr. Jose from IMO mentioned about some of the supply chain things related to how to implement artificial intelligence, he mentioned just-in-time methods and methodologies.
But that's one of the key points. I think if you look at the production of oil as an example, the actual supply chain cost is very nominal. Yeah, it's less than 8%. So the focus hasn't always been on that. But because if you look at it from a sustainability perspective, it's the highest contribution is the supply chain part. So the focus will start to change because it's no longer about the cost, but it's also about the impact from a sustainability perspective. Sure. So I think those conversations will change and there'll be more focus on it, in which case then the hope is that these sort of process and operating model changes will start having an impact. And as always, the technology has a big part to play with that.
Right. I wish I could have more questions. Actually, I do.
Don't finish, Sheikh.
Oh, okay.
Since I'm on the stage, I want to do a plug-in here. If anybody got interested in digitalization, what we do in Bahri tomorrow, we have a workshop. The director of fleet performance, Jaydeep, afternoon, I think, Jaydeep or something. Yeah, so it's quite an interesting journey that Bahri went through. So please attend this one tomorrow. Now you can make the closing.
And we can come back and talk about nuclear at another time.
We can talk about nuclear, yes.
Please, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, we have, our exhibition there and the booth are there, and you can visit all of what our gentlemen here mentioned about, what they can offer. Please don't miss that, and I would love to thank TGA again for giving us this opportunity to share the knowledge our expertise here have, and I would love to thank them all for sharing such a wonderful information, discussion, and alternatives that we have in the future. Many thanks for all of you, and I think we come to our end here for this panel. Wish to see you, inshallah, soon. We are done here. Thank you very much. But before we go, we would love to have one, it's going to be, I think, 5 or 6 photographs first. Yes. And that's it for our panel. Thank you very much.
شكرا. الله يخليك. فيك الخير والبركة. شكرا.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the third panel discussion, Maritime Circular Economy. Our panelists are Paul Halthus, Ambassador Nancy Karigithu, Henning Graham, Dr. Dakuku Peter Said, Engineer Khalid al-Rashid, and our moderator is Engineer Ali Shihab.
The lights.
Okay. Thank you. Right. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum. And delighted and happy to having this opportunity to moderate this session. My name is Ali Shihab. I'm the Global Director of Special Projects and Services with the DMV. The day agenda was very, very interesting. Conference title is a Sustainable Maritime Industry, Innovating for a Greener Future. The agendas that we went through, and especially the video that that we've seen this earlier this morning, was just summing the whole story of the Vision 2030, and it's, you know, you just have to watch it and you get the whole essence and the idea behind it. Coming to our session, which is titled the Maritime Circular Economy. And I was in a debate and a discussion with a colleague yesterday, and basically was, so what are you going to talk about, and what this subject is about? And of course, the easiest way to say it, really, away from anybody who's specialized in this field, is to say what goes around must come back sustainable. And I think this is a good way to start. However, what we also know that the maritime industry lags behind other transportation sectors in circular economy approaches and sustainability. Circularity is not well established in the maritime industry, and there is a need to close the loop, to minimize waste and increase the revenue streams. The circular economy is an object. The circular economy is an object shared by major economies, industries, that are committed to achieving the carbon neutrality by 2050. What do we need to know? We need to understand any industry sector. 2, we need to make smarter decisions. 3, we need to grow our business. And from here, I would like to introduce our esteemed panelists, and I would like you to introduce yourselves, starting with you, Paul, please.
Great, thank you. I'm really pleased and honored to have been invited by the organizers. A tremendous event here. So I'm Paul Holthus, the founder and president of the World Ocean Council. The World Ocean Council is the global business and investment organization. So we bring together shipping, fishing, offshore oil and gas, offshore renewables, aquaculture, cruise tourism, all the global ecosystem of the private sector, including the finance community, to focus on ocean sustainable development. A big part of that then relates to the maritime circular economy. And what I would really emphasize here by way of introduction is the linkage of the maritime industry to the other ocean industries when we talk about circular economy. So my own background has been working with a variety of UN agencies and international NGOs, and now with this global platform organization, the World Ocean Council, to bring the maritime industry as diverse as it already is, to connect up with all of the other ocean industries when we talk about circularity and sustainability. And so I think we'll cover these topics in more detail here.
Thank you. Nancy?
Thank you very much. Let me start by saying how honored I am to have been invited into this very spectacular conference and also to be a speaker on this panel. I've been in the maritime sector, working in operations, in policy making for the last 38 years. My background is international maritime law, both in Kenya and in the region of Africa. And for the last 5-6 years, been involved with and leading initiatives for greenhouse gas emissions reductions, building capacity in Africa, as well as other initiatives. So I'm honored to be on this panel on circular economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Henning?
Yeah, thank you very much. Also for me, it's a great honor to be invited to speak at this event. My name is Henning Graumann. I'm in the field of maritime environmental protection since the year 1999. Since 2005, I'm working on the topic ship recycling, at that time at Germanischer Lloyd, a classification society, and since 2011 with my own company. Our aim is to put into practice the Hong Kong Convention in a way as it is meant to be, and to develop further solutions. And now we are working on material circularity, because focusing on hazardous materials is not enough from our point of view. So, besides that, I'm a visiting professor to the World Maritime University and active in quite a few associations.
Thank you, Henning. Peter Said?
All right. I am Dr. Dakuku Peter Said. I'm a former Director General Chief Executive of the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency. I was concurrently the Chairman, African Maritime Administrations, all the maritime administrations in Africa. My area of strength is the interface between policy making, regulation, and maritime industry. And so I've been involved in this sector from 2016 till date. I've continuously been involved in the maritime industry. So today, I'll be sharing insight from a regulatory perspective, from a policy perspective, as it relates to maritime circular economy, a new and innovative concept. And that's, of course, the direction the industry is going. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Khalid, please.
حياك الله Ali. I'm Khalid Rashid. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of SIRC. I'm having more than 29 years of experience, mostly in the boat industry. I used to be the Executive Vice President, Strategic Planning and Business Development with the Saudi Electricity Company. And I have joined SIRC, Saudi Investment Recycling Company, 2 years ago. And we have started the journey of the circular economy. And I hope that during the panel, inshallah, we will be talking and discussing, and we'll be having a fruitful discussion with regard to the maritime circular economy.
Thank you very much,
Ali.
Thank you very much. To start, I would like to ask Nancy, from your area of expertise and profession, maritime circular economy. Tell us what it is.
Tell us?
Tell us, share with us your views on the maritime circular economy.
Okay. Let me start by saying that we live in a globalized era, and with everyday challenges from air pollution, greenhouse gas emissions, all of which threaten health, they threaten social systems, and therefore we need now to make sure that we change the model that we've been having of extraction, because that's the model we've been having, especially in the shipping sector, in the maritime sector, from extraction of produce to manufacturing, distribution, consumption, and waste disposal. That is no longer sustainable, and therefore we need to, by design, adopt another formula for that looks at resilient use of products, extending the life of those products in use. When we manufacture, we must know that we must look and be very conscious that we want to extend the life of those products to reduce what we send to the landfill. And therefore, the maritime sector cannot afford to be left behind. And we need, therefore, to look at the life cycle, reusableness, and bring those into our design of operating the sector. And that's hence the circular economy.
Right. And Paul, from your side, please.
This, I'd really like to build on what Nancy just said to really have us all think about the circular economy for the maritime industry, also then engaging with the other sectors that are operating in the ocean space. And so think about it, the ocean, and we always use the term ocean in the singular. There's one global ocean. There's also one global ocean business ecosystem. So all of you in the maritime sector are operating in that same physical space that all of these other industries, cruise, fishing, aquaculture, et cetera, are operating in. So we need to think about our use of resources and the circularity opportunities in connection with those other sectors. So I'd really say the maritime circular economy could really be broadened to be thinking about an ocean industry ecosystem circular economy. And there's business value in that there's economies of scale then about thinking of recycling, of design and product development, of materials development, that is not just about shipping and maritime, but includes these other sectors because they need these products, they need that circularity as well. And if we come into maybe later some specifics about, for example, port waste reception facilities, the expense of building and operating those facilities will be enhanced by having that bigger economy of scale and thinking about all of the port users, all of the waste streams that are coming in, partnering with port cities and the investment community to create a kind of a critical mass around particular opportunities for circularity. And I think we really need to think at that scale.
This will take me to Peter's side. What are the noble initiatives that when it comes into the circular?
Sorry, I didn't get that. I didn't get that.
The noble initiatives when it comes into the maritime circular economy that you have come across.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'd like to, a number of initiatives are going on in the industry that support maritime circular economy, and I'll just mention 5. The first one is eco ship design. You may have heard of Cajol's Son. It is one vessel that was designed and it did a voyage with 0 emission. It was fueled or powered by biomethanol. So we have a vessel that was designed with circular maritime economy in mind, 0 emission, no waste at all. Every waste is regenerated, reused. That's one. Now 2, there are ports of circularity. The port of Rotterdam is one. Now in ports of circularity, every material is used and reused again, so no material is wasted, so you have minimal waste or almost 0 waste. And of course, we use renewable energy, so that's another initiative. So, and it's practical, it's in the port of Rotterdam. And that's one area I need to recommend to the government of Saudi Arabia. Can we begin to focus?
That's where Khaled will come later.
Can we begin to focus on ports of circularity? I've talked about eco ship design, and again, we also have other initiatives that I'd like to talk about. I've talked about the Cajol Son, I've talked about port of circularity, and there are also the facility in Indonesia where you have green ship recycling in Lampung province of Indonesia, where the recycling complies with all regulations, but even goes beyond regulation. So you recycle and you have literally no waste, zero waste in the recycling facility. That's again another initiative where maritime circular economy applies. So there are a number of initiatives globally that can follow that pattern. That's something, again, I'd like to recommend to the government of Saudi Arabia. Can we now have green recycling facility in Saudi Arabia? It will be the first green recycling facility.
And let me pass now to Khaled. So Khaled, what is your thoughts on this? How can we have similar initiatives or something of the kind that the kingdom could work on that, and perhaps from your area of expertise and the business that you come from?
Thanks, Ali, for the question. And I think before we talk about the circular economy, we have to understand today the maritime industry is like any other sector, industrial sector, mostly built on linear economy. And that's the issue here and the problem. And number one is, we have to understand, if you want to promote the circular economy, you have to start with the design. That you design a vessel in a way that you will recycle it. Unless otherwise you do that and you build the design completely, you understand what are the different components of the vessels, how you recycle it. Today, I think 70–80% of the raw materials that being used is the vessels, and unfortunately, and if the vessel is the steel. And this is what is being recycled. And I know it's a high-grade steel, but are we really recycling it the right way? Are we utilizing this in the right way, or we just mix it with the scrap? And I think number one, we have to understand, before we start promoting the concept, we have to understand the ship or vessels or the maritime manufacturer or the industry itself. They have to build the equipment, the services, everything in a way that it will be recycled. Then we will be moving from the linear economy to the circular economy, and I think we as CIRC, one of the companies that interested in promoting the concept of the circular economy, we will be able to 100% eliminate the waste, as the professor said, doctor, and that will take us to the next level, make use of all the material and minimizing the waste.
Let me get back to you on this, but Henning, I believe you've been involved in what just been mentioned. Maybe if you walk us through that.
Yes, basically we worked with more than 50 ship recycling yards, especially in Asia, upgraded them to be compliant with the Hong Kong Convention. But what we learned over the years, as we have also developed the inventory of hazardous materials for more than 700 ships, we maintain it for around 400 ships. And there was a point when I said the maritime industry is far away from a circular economy because the scope of our activities is not far enough. We only look into the hazardous materials, and this information is to be used for a safe and environmentally sound recycling of the ships and for the planning thereof. Fair enough, absolutely fine. But what we miss is to support material circularity. We only focus on hazardous materials, but not on the valuables. Like you said, product design, we have to start right at the beginning. Where do the raw materials come from? Do they have to be transported by truck, train, ships around half of the globe for entering the manufacturing chain? And as a producer of, let's say, product A, I have to look into where do the materials come from and what CO2 footprint do they already have, even without having manufactured my product. And then it goes to ships.
So you're talking about upscaling.
To the upscale. We are all used to a linear economy. Produce, use, dispose. So that's what we most commonly still find. Then we talk about recycling. Produce, use, recycle. Very often it's downcycling. This is what we see in ship recycling. Steel is downcycled. They are not distinguishing between the different grades. They lose a lot of value. So when it is recirculated to scrap steel buyers and the smelters, it's all sold and treated as the lowest grade of steel. Yeah. But we have high-grade steel, but this value is lost. And this is what we need to change. And therefore, we are in a circular economy, partly, not fully, but we have to go even further into cradle to cradle.
Okay, so I'll go up to Paul now. How can we engage, based on what we've just heard, and then that there is a change that it needs to be done, but you need to engage somehow with that?
So I think one of a key part of this is innovation, and particularly when we get back to the design level for the vessel and for various components and operations, how do we eliminate or reduce significantly those aspects that actually create pollution problems or the need for the circular economy? And let me be very specific. One example, and this is where innovation and really focusing on specific problems can create solutions that really take circularity into eliminate portions of the need for circularity in a sense. The example is stern tube lubrication, and the oil that gets into the marine environment from that stern tube lubrication on vessels. And some of the companies started, or some governments and scientists started looking into this, and it's millions and millions of liters per year entering the marine environment. So we've got a problem with that at a global scale. Some smart, innovative people started looking at this. Some of them have come up with biolubrication alternatives. Some have gone even further, some companies, and have developed lubrication systems based on salt water. So we've eliminated entirely a pollution problem, the need to transport those materials, the lubricants to the vessel, and solve that problem through innovation, and basically eliminating a small piece of the impact of vessels on the marine environment and the need to even think about circularity for that, because now we don't have that oil being used.
This means the involvement of the ports, and we have to, sort of get that circulated back into the ports. And ports in developing countries need some investments and need some work to be done. Nancy, back to you. So what are your thoughts on this?
I think it's something that is always, we always have to be focused on minimizing waste, of course, but most important, to maximizing the use of products that we use in shipping. And I like the idea of beginning this from design stage throughout the entire life of the ship, so that we can recycle, upcycle, and make use of more products. But I want to, more products from that ship itself. But I want to talk to divert a little, to come from the manufacturing and production, to talk about another solution from nature, regenerative, from nature solutions. For example, using mangroves. I'm speaking of an example from Kenya as carbon sinks. We've been told that we've got more potential getting carbon, sequestering. Mangrove forests have more potential for sequestering carbon than even 4 times more than the rainforest. And therefore, this is another solution for circular economy, because we're talking of 80% of fisheries relying on healthy mangroves, and this is a solution for food security. Then the other issue is making more use of single-use plastics. We've got a project in Kenya, Flip Floppy, that created a whole dhow, sailing dhow, from plastics collected actually on the beaches around Lamu Island. And when we look at the problem that we have of plastics from the oceans nowadays, this is one thing that was very good to teach local communities, that plastic can have a second life cycle, not just for wasting, because the dhow was made from plastic. I mean, the keel and the ribs was made from plastic paper and other products, the bottles, but then the whole hull was covered with the flip floppies, all collected and produced from the ocean. So as a tool for training, especially young people, that's very, very important. We're also making use of that.
I want to go to Henning and then go to Peter's side. Cradle to cradle. I interrupted you earlier when you were, sort of in the motion of saying that subject, but maybe if you could walk us through it as well.
Yeah, the cradle-to-cradle principle is really looking into the whole life cycle and what goes in. So evaluating all the materials, avoiding unhealthy materials, it's a key aspect. So for avoiding health and safety issues and environmental issues throughout the use of that product. Plus, and that's only avoiding, let's say, the nasty side of products and materials. But we have to even go further than that and have a full scope. Basically, I'm currently promoting the full material declaration of all products, because then we are not talking about the adverse effects, also about the valuables. And that has a lot of implications and positive implications as well. So if we understand that a ship is built of various materials, and these various materials, valuables in most cases, have a temporary form and function in that ship. And once the lifetime of the ship is over, it will be dismantled, segregated, and with all the data at hand, we can recirculate these materials fully into either the shipping industry or other industries, preventing downcycling. And when we look at it, of course, when we look into the financing of ships, the residual value is always considered as a part of the calculation. But to have a clear picture of what are the valuables, that will reduce risk for the financing side, but it can also evaluate or re-evaluate the maritime asset in itself, so it can have a very positive impact. At the moment, what we see, the current status, when we talk about the inventory of hazardous materials, it follows the same principle with a very limited scope of only looking into the hazardous substances. That principle works. We only have to extend the scope much, much wider, and then we can follow up the life cycle of ships, so the functions are there.
But that needs to be driven by regulation, and the regulation need to develop. But I'll ask this question to Peter's side. So what are the challenges really to get this regulation up and running?
All right, thank you very much. The entire thing about economy, whether it's linear economy, whether it's circular economy, runs on regulations. Without regulations, of course, the market cannot function properly. So regulation is the fluid, that drives market. So now, with specific focus on maritime circular economy, there are 5 dimensions to regulations. The first one is definition of what is waste. The industry has to agree on what is waste and what is reusable, what can we regenerate. That's one. Now, 2, we have too many incomplete regulation. If you talk about ballast water management, now it tells you how you treat ballast water you discharge in the ocean. It does not tell you how you can reuse the ballast. That's one. Now, 2, if you talk about Hong Kong International Convention on Responsible Ship Recycling, it simply focuses on ship recycling of materials, not disposal, not reuse, not remanufacture. That's the second challenge. The third challenge is, can you get classification societies to certify the reuse of materials? That would be a bit of challenge. We need to also address that. Now, another challenge we have is the conflicting national legislations or national regulations versus local regulations in various jurisdictions. That is a big challenge that we must also tackle. Then you talked about the economic model if you are going to take a loan, a facility now to finance a vessel, and they know that that vessel can be recycled and reused. Now the question is that they will need all sorts of certification, because certification gives you third-party assurance so that at the end of the life cycle of the vessel, it will not be disposed in the regular way. It needs to be reused, remanufactured, and all of that. So that, again, is a challenge, because you must get third-party certification.
Yeah, I want to bring it back to the kingdom, and I will ask Khalid, you could tell us from your organization perspective and looking at the Saudi Green Initiative and the kingdom environmental goals. So where can you bring this into the ecosystem and you know, sort of get it to sort of benefit the whole initiative?
I'll allude to the SGI and what is the contribution, but if you allow me, I would like to interject with the point.
Go ahead.
With the end-of-life vessels, for instance. I'll take an example, end-of-life vehicles. Today, I'm not sure if you know about what's being done with the end-of-life vehicles. Basically, they go and cut it, and this is the normal everywhere in the world. However, there is a new solution now, by which you take each and every vehicle, dismantle it, understand what is the component of that vehicle, reuse the material or the parts that's being manufactured. Each and every part in the car, for instance, being manufactured, huge energy being put into that part, for instance. Yeah. So the same case, as Henning said, now if you have the let's say manifest, understanding the ship, we understand, then we start to promote the concept. For instance, the large company, if they are all responsible companies, they look after the big vessels, and if there is a vessel that is green vessel, used some of the used materials in a good condition, can be certified. I think regulation is one part, but I think the companies, they've got to be responsible. And I think we do have responsible companies that they care about the green, let's say, vessels, we call it the green vessels, that...
But this involves a lot of stakeholders within the system, right? I mean, you've got the regulators, you've got the shipbuilders, which the market.
Most of the company, Adi Faramir, most of the companies, they do have the big ESG.
Yeah.
It's and that's they have put a lot of money in that, but unfortunately they're not able to use such. I think that's what we need to do. I mean, we need to think in a way by which we can give the ideas.
So coming back into your organization now,
and with our yes, and for the Saudi for SIRC basically when established in 2017, and the mandate of the company basically is to drive the circular economy investment. We want to become the champion, and our contribution basically with the Saudi Green Initiatives. The Saudi Green Initiatives has three major pillars. The first one is the emission reduction, the second one is the afforestation, and third one is the land and sea protection. From the emission control, for instance, or the reduction of the emission, you know that most of the landfill that we're having emitting a lot of gases, and that methane is almost 25 to 30 times the CO2. So once we do the landfill diversion, we will be able even to reduce the what's called the emission from the landfill, and that will help actually reducing and meeting the target set by the Saudi Green Initiatives, 94% landfill diversion, and reducing the emission by almost 287 million ton per annum of CO2 reduction. So that's in brief what is SIRC and what we're doing with the Saudi Green Initiative.
Peter side is you are holding yourself. You want to say something in addition to that?
Yes. What I've seen clearly is that Saudi Arabia has the potential to be the champion for maritime circular economy in this region. It's clearly known, it's established. Now, whether they can muster the political will to advance it further, the kind of projects you're doing support circular economy. They could do a few more things, build port of circularity, support eco-friendly design of ships, Then in terms of ship recycling, eco-friendly or green ship recycling facility. They've got the right building blocks for circular economy. That's very clear to me, listening to your project, that they've got the right building block for circular economy. My prayer is that the leadership will now have the will to take it to the other end. They've also got, I think that they need to put the right policy and regulatory framework in place.
Where in Saudi we have this, and it was said in the morning that Saudi is doing. Paul.
Well, so I would really like to reiterate this point, emphasize this opportunity for Saudi Arabia to be a real leader with Vision 2030, and which is now increasingly being focused on coastal and marine environments and industries and opportunities that with the NEOM and with the Red Sea project, there's also the opportunity to really bring innovation and experimentation, in a sense, to reality by developing prototypes that serve those giga projects, but then also become exportable technologies that then create business opportunities here in Saudi and workforce development opportunities that can not only serve those giga projects and the internal market, but then the region and even the world with some of these developments and examples.
Well, we have the right environment here. There are the giga projects are happening. Every, let's say, flavor and element to the equation is actually there, right? Khalid?
Yes, indeed. We have all the elements, and we've got to move. And that's, when it comes, for instance, one of the, first action that we have to do is the reception facility, for instance. Today, we're not having the reception facilities. However, SAIL and Reviva, which is one of subsidiaries of SIRC, we're building now the reception facilities. We started to build the reception facilities to be able to start the maritime, or to enable the maritime circular economy. And that's what we have to do now with the reception facilities. Unfortunately, we don't have it. We will be starting this and
Henning?
Yeah, it keeps spinning in my head at the moment, because the point in regards to regulators, and we need more or new rules, or some which are dealing with this complex topic. I think the attitude of quite a few is just to find some loopholes or not really sticking to the rules. We see that in the inventory of hazardous materials issue. The cheapest service provider gets the contracts, but and it's all certified, but it has no meaning. It even creates more risk for the recycler when they use or build their planning up on those poor inventories. So somehow this system does not really function. But if we see the added value, also the financial values in really having a proper documentation, then the financing can change. Then the owner will benefit from having a clear inventory of the valuables in his ships. So when the ship is due for recycling, he can negotiate with the ship recycler and say, well, don't pay me as per scrap steel, because we have so much non-ferrous steel on top, which costs 5 times more than normal steel. So you need to give me a premium.
That's a good point. It takes me to Nancy about the opportunities that are out there that we could capture and sort of, invest in.
Thank you. Let me start by saying that we've looked so much on the ship side. I want to look at the opportunities to complete the cycle within the other stakeholders that interact with the ship itself. And allow me to start with the ports, who have to interact and handle the ships when they come. And I'm seeing opportunities for the port working with within the ecosystem and the population around the port itself, the city, and working together and coming up with models on how to run the operations of, ship operations, port operations, in a way that is also, contributing to the circular economy. For example, the port users, if the port, or rather the people who render services to the port, working together with the port, getting space within the port, and being able to reuse or extend the life of the equipment they have, for the port to have infrastructure for creating renewable energy to run the operations of the port, creating collaboration with each other so that they don't have to get so many equipment, and they can exchange, hire from each other so that we all reduce the carbon print.
What we say is collaboration is the fuel of the future. However, we need to be innovative and we need to create new solutions. And I think, Khaled, you want to talk about the sale that the innovation your organization is bringing into the market, and if you could touch base on this.
Yes, thanks, Hari. Again, with sale, let's talk about the R&D. R&D is part of our DNA. It's something that we do day by day for sale and for Circ Group, basically. Today, with sale, sale is a unique, I would call it, among other companies. Sale is a company that is responsible for the oil response. So we will be having, or we are having now, the capability of about 75,000 barrel to respond in case of any spill, and we're going to 530 or more than 530 barrel in case of any spill to respond to that. Today, SAIL is a company that starts from the monitoring, going all the way detection up to the salvage. So we're having the full of the value chain. We're building today the CCC, the Command Control Center, and this center actually is one of the latest centers that we're having a platform, very strong, powerful, powered by AI, that will enable us with all the sensors, with the satellite imagery, with the drones, with the radar, the station, the vessels radar, to analyze, and we will achieve the best decision intelligence in case of any spills, God forbid, and that will help us so this is where we are using the innovation, working closely with KAUST, collaborating to build even a very powerful, to make sure that we're utilizing, delivering the right resources.
Thank you. And the innovation, of course, requires investment, and we touched base on the financing earlier. And Henning, maybe you have something you want to say on this?
Yeah, it's just a result of one of the recent projects we carried out. The manufacture of a so-called floating floor system for a cruise vessel. He invented a new system, much more lightweight, fulfilling all the fire safety criteria, noise levels, and so on. And we calculated that project for one of the cruise ships which were delivered 4 years ago. It has saved huge weight. So for the full cruise vessel, it led to a reduction of the installed power by 0.3%, which equals to the fuel consumption. That's per year $1.5 million US. And the floor system is fully recyclable. It can be segregated separately, it can be recirculated, reused in an unlimited way. So this is what I call benefit. So over the operational phase of that ship, cruise vessels get much older than many merchant vessels. Saving per year on fuel costs will go up, that's for sure. Resources like steel, non-ferrous materials, and many others, these prices will go up further. So it's an investment today which will pay off every year, plus at the end tremendously.
Peter Said, how the kingdom can bring this ecosystem into the play when it comes into the financing aspect?
Well, let me just support his position that maritime circular economy first will enhance efficiency. It will help us optimize the use of resources. So it's not like we're simply just going to build a vessel. When it comes to the end of the life cycle of the vessel, we'll dispose of the vessel. No. That's one. So one of the major benefits is in alignment with what he said, we will optimize the use of resources. Another benefit, again, which aligns to what he said, is that we will begin to eliminate pollution to the barest minimum and emission. That's another thing. And you know, it comes with carbon credit. When you eliminate pollution and emission, then it will enhance innovation. Yep. It will enhance innovation. We will be ahead of regulation. It will enhance innovation. That's another major benefit, which also aligns with what he has said. In addition, it will create an entirely new industry. It will create employment opportunities, limitless employment opportunities. It will, of course, support research and development. So it's not just a new economic model, it's a new value-added economic model that we are promoting. All we need is to create more awareness about it, to muster the political will to do what is right, to put the right building blocks in place.
Anything to add on this, Paul? Sound, please.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
You want this?
That's all right. Not working. Yeah.
Thanks, Nancy. See, this is collaboration at work.
It is. Yeah.
And partnership.
Get the message
Thank
through.
You, Nancy. So this is the blue economy in effect here. Indeed. So just to focus on this in terms of investment, and if we think about what are the most immediate aspects of the circular economy and the maritime industry, we've talked about the vessel itself quite a bit, really important. Talked about the pollution impacts and how to turn those into problems, from problems into opportunities and solutions that create a circular nature there. The waste stream aspect and the port waste reception facilities, I think, is one of the most immediate, in addition to the other two, most immediate needs and opportunities. And I have to say that over the last decade or so, I've had several CEOs and senior officials and ship owners that have said one of the things that keeps them up at night is the port waste reception situation. So the regulation is there, in principle, at IMO, the requirement that there should be, for vessel owners and operators, to be disposing properly at adequate port waste reception facilities. The reality is, of course, and especially Africa, South Asia, that a lot of ports don't have those reception facilities. Huge needs and opportunities, and it's great to hear about the work that's going on here in Saudi Arabia that could be then models and examples brought to other parts of the world. We need those port waste reception facilities, and they create then investment opportunities, innovation opportunities, partnerships with the local community between the port users, not only shipping, but the fishing, the oil and gas, the other industries that come into those ports with their waste streams. We need to capture those waste streams properly. The port and the port city, they have their waste streams, and so you have an economy of scale there, and the investment opportunities for building and operating that infrastructure is tremendous.
We need a complete session on how we can kickstart this.
You know, this debate has been going on for decades, but we don't have the network of port waste reception facilities that the world needs.
Indeed, because it's a convincing factor, and then where the investment, if there is economy of scale, and of course the attraction it will come. However, what we have is, of course, the subject of climate change is continuously, sort of becoming more convincing, more appealing, more catastrophic, and therefore there is a need for something like that to take place. Now we have a few minutes to wrap up, and I will ask each one of you, just based on the discussions we had, the thought we had, maybe the closing remark in 1 minute. Nancy?
I think I'll focus on the gaps that we have in knowledge, both in technical knowledge. Sorry.
You're okay. You're okay.
We still have work to do in terms of raising awareness, education for the local communities, but also in terms of policymakers, the issues that came up with setting standards. So even within governments, we still have to do a lot of education, and also to find ways of collaboration in order to cure the technology gaps amongst us in terms of making use of the solutions that we have talked about.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Peter Side?
All right, thank you very much. Maritime circular economy offers a lot of benefits to the industry, whether it's in sustainability, cost efficiency, innovation, and all of that. There is no country in this part of the world that is better positioned to be the champion and reference for maritime circular economy than Saudi Arabia. My prayer, Saudi Arabia should take advantage, position herself as the reference, as the model for maritime circular economy. If there's one thing they're going to take away from this conference, is that today we want to focus on maritime circular economy. We have what it takes, we have the right institutions to invest in research and development, we have everything it takes, we have the right infrastructure in place. All we need to do is to create the right awareness, put the right policies in place, create the right regulatory framework, invest in research and development, and we will become the reference for maritime circular economy, especially with what SAIL and others are doing. I have no doubt that Saudi Arabia is poised to become the reference for maritime circular economy.
We have to start from somewhere. The collaboration between the stakeholders within the system have to come together. And of course, we have the right leadership, we have the right environment, right wave.
So got all the right requirements.
Khaled.
Well, definitely, I think the maritime circular, we have to unlock the potential in the maritime circular economy. CIRC is there. We are definitely will be one of the major player in starting with establishing the reception facilities. I think this is the first step to start with, because that will, because we're having all the companies. It's a synergy, including the municipal solid waste or solid waste, oil, the salvage, the wreck, the towing, all the services that needed. And I think we start with it, and definitely it requires other industries. And I think there is shipping industries here in Kingdom, but we have to feed it with the whatever material or resources that we're having from the maritime industry. We're there, and you will hear, inshallah, you will see in the near future the changes within the maritime circular economy in Kingdom.
Henning?
Yeah, fully agree. Just considering that the demand for ship recycling will at least triple over the next 10 to 12 years, and the existing capacity can't handle that amount, and having the right basics here and the willingness, plus setting up, let's say, an ship recycling capacity here in Saudi Arabia, considering proper waste management will help the ports as well to provide proper port reception facilities. It's going hand in hand. So I think it makes absolutely sense. And looking at the revenue streams I'm sure over the years, it will be analyzed further, and the revenue streams further additional revenue streams can be identified, cradle to cradle, material circularity, waste management, and so on. So I think it's a good point of time being here, exchanging ideas, and really setting, let's say, the scene for the further developments.
Paul, your closing remark?
Thanks. You know, I think this has been a great focus then on the opportunity, on the issues, and then the opportunities for leadership in Saudi Arabia. I think this event, the organizers and instigators of this should be congratulated for really bringing this, as Henning was saying, not a super sexy topic, but so fundamental to the business of maritime industries. You know, we need to have these discussions. I hope this event continues to have this focus. And we're also looking at how we can help, from the World Ocean Council side, how we can help bring other industries into this event. And also, we bring together the global business community around issues and solutions and investment opportunities to bring our Sustainable Ocean Summit here to Saudi Arabia as a way to also focus attention on these critical issues for the maritime industry and its peers of the overall ocean industry ecosystem. This is the discussions and the work that needs to be done to really solve these fundamental challenges.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank you for your contribution. It's been a very interesting debate. I know the 1 hour is never enough. These debates really take, years, as the IMO General Secretary mentioned earlier. The results of where we are today, and especially with the strategy of 2030, the decarbonization strategy, and especially that was ratified or passed in the MEPC 80 in 2023, it is a collective work of years of debate and deliberation and action, etc. And it is something that to be proud of, and I'm sure that when it comes into this very subject of the maritime circular economy, we will see a breakthrough, hopefully, in the very near future. At this, I close this session, and thank you very much, and thank the attendees also for being here very patiently. Thank you very much.
Would like to invite you to join the gala dinner today at 8:30 p.m. First floor at Al-Izz Hall. Would like to invite you to join the gala dinner today at 8:30 p.m. First floor at Al-Izz Hall.